Well, they did. Okay, everybody, it's 8 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and start the meeting. Sorry to cut you off right up trying to get your attention.
Oh, yeah, but it's hard to.
Well, I just want to
When I'm
start at 8 o'clock. So we'll go ahead and call our meeting back to order. I guess. Here.
And
Rick, if you want to go ahead and step up, and I'll turn it back over to the president. We're going to stay everybody. We're going to start on page 58.
Would that make sense? Oh.
Fifty-eight. We've already opened that. Would you like to open your thing back up?
recall our meeting.
Thank you.
If you want to start out by talking through any line item changes of your budget and then any department updates that we want.
All right. I think we said we're going to start with the bridge fund. Everything there is pretty well the same. We had to switch some lines around. Cold pricing down actually back to like 2019 pricing. So we were able to move some of those funds to the bridge inspection line. That's on a 4-year cycle and fluctuates depending on what work they're doing that year. This year is the 150,000 a year, so we've got to increase that one. Everything else pretty well stays the same. Small structures, infrastructure. I've got that here today. Marked for George Corner Road. That may only be a partial payment on that. That's where that is. And that's pretty well it on the bridge fund. If I have any questions on that.
Council, any questions for Rick?
Next, we're going to look road and street. And what I handed out here is a spreadsheet typically prepared monthly. And it'll allow you to see kind of where we're at, incoming funds, what we spend out. In the budget, we put in 400,000 again, we do every year. And as you can tell on the spreadsheet, we'll be bringing in 530,000. We like to keep that surplus for emergencies, things that pop up unexpectedly. And that most likely 400,000 for paving, bridges, by bituminous. So less than 400,000, just like every other year.
Any questions on this one?
All right, next up, I have 1173, the restricted fund. As you know, as of the last, I think it's 3 years, we have to maintain a 50-50 balance, 1173 and 1176. So we ended up with 1,834,1173 and 1,830,000 in 1176. So we are compliant with 50-50. Everything, the lines pretty well stayed the same. I've allowed for a 5% cost of living increase. And that is the main changes you'll see other than infrastructure and road work. I just combined those lines to simplify it. Really need those to be separated in my opinion. So the 170,000 from infrastructure we moved up to road work.
And then you also have a $20,000 increase for snow.
Yes, and that's part of that's 1173, 1176 balance. Sometimes you just have to move things from one area to the other to get it to work out.
Any questions on this one?
Are you still losing on the road segments?
Oh, yeah. Never even. Just been some of them put up in the last 3 years, some not last a week.
I know that, but
It just costs about. The next page, the only changes here that catch my eye are the 5% increase. I think most of the ones, if you see something there that catches your attention, let me know. I think most everything will stay about the same on that. Any questions on that page?
You can go ahead.
Again, some of the top lines there are 5%. Everything else stayed the same. I did increase, driving help used to be 40,000, we reduced it to 16 last year. And the BFP project, I did increase that back to 30, just for, in my mind, will be some more unforeseen things, whether it be a desk or extension cord, we're gonna have some cushion.
So you're thinking this could take care of one of the furniture things.
Yes, because no matter how much planning you do, there's always gonna be something you forget.
Any questions on that one?
let's see.
And then on the spreadsheet, you'll see the income funds, we're gonna we'll be on the positive side of 1.8 billion, so everything should be in the black. If not surplus everywhere.
Questions?
Just my information, the bosses of the 50 day we're referring to, can you explain that?
MVH funds, 1173 is what they call restricted, state board of accounts came up with that. And 50% of your overall MVH funds have to go towards construction. You know, they don't want to go all the overhead, like office personnel, things like that. It has to go to actual construction on the roadways.
Thank
What do we got now? How many miles? I think 780. 780. Yeah. And I have double check each exact number. Changes happen all over.
you know, how many miles of gravel do we got?
It's still right at, I'd say 91.5 probably.
We're still trying to get one, like a gravel road.
With the price of asphalt the way it is, this year we could, anything around. You know, we've been trying to knock out a mile a year, just to kind of need to have, you know, the price of asphalt went up and that directly affects how many miles you pay. It's not the gravel and a few more.
It was said yesterday, is it 78 miles per, that you blacktop per year?
It, based off the available funds, you know, you just break that, it's roughly 75,000 miles paved there. So it comes down to how many bridges you built that year, how much paving money you have available, and then that's split up pretty evenly between the. And next year, like what I'm going to get that. Yeah, what I'm going to say for next year, a lot of our paving is going to go towards this detour repair because we're going to have to get all that fixed up. So, you know, that's going to be a pretty substantial majority of it.
They're going to get compensation from the state
There will be some on damages,
on damage.
but like where we came out, is a painter lane out there, where we came out pretty well on that. I don't look for it to be that positive of a result, but we will get some reimbursement for repairs, and if we choose to start some of the entire road, that's on it.
Which roads are we talking about for this one?
It would be like a Square Road, significant damage, Orchard Road, and L Road Lanes had some damage. There's just different little sections or shortcuts that have been.
And if they're not the official beach service.
Right, but like, the only ones to be eligible for reimbursement would be like Orchard and Quaker, a section Quaker, like El Dorado Lane, that would be totally on us. Yeah, it's just, we're not people found.
Any other questions for Rick? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate your work.
If you're ready. Go ahead and come up. Rafael, could you find the page number, please?
69.
Morning. Morning.
If you want to start through your budget and just highlight any line item increases or any line item changes, and then talk about any purchases.
We haven't had no increases as far as, add money to my line items. I have moved two over, to put on maintenance and groundskeeping. I moved 5,000 out of her. To put in, maintenance and groundskeeping, I moved 2,000 out of gravel, to put in maintenance and groundskeeping. Now, we do just because of the increase last year, then the increase on the part-time people, $2 on the hour. Other than that, that's all we've done. Right now, we're sitting around 288,000 that we brought in this year. Which is a good 144,000. At the end of, the 2022, we brought in 400,000 last year.
Maybe on track for about the same time.
Excuse me.
It sounds like you're on track for about the same time of year.
A little slower, I think. I can tell when school went back this year, it kind of fell on the states of the week. We're still busy on the weekend. We have been busy this year. They shut down several lakes around Coroner, been shut down because of the blue algae in the water. Bob Lake's been shut down. Spring Mill can't get the employees to open their pools up, so kind of been getting for us. But we're looking for a slowdown, from all the COVID. Because they've been slamming us the last 3 years, so we're due for a little bit of slowdown, And I do see that coming.
Any questions?
I can remember the days whenever I was in a different office and there was a lot of issues down there, and I appreciate everything that you're doing.
I think you guys, would be possible.
Because I know there was a time where it was pretty bad time down there. It's all I'm always on the same.
We still got a lot of things to do. We're going to have a building there, it's called the Pavilion. Within the near future, it's going to have a new building put up. So, just let you guys give you a little warning.
Well, this is a recording fund, this time, Joe. This is a recording fund. Not a recording fund, I mean, yes, not a recording fund, so. Hopefully there's money in there to help that, right? To kind of let you do what you want to do down in the park.
I'll have no other questions. Thank you.
We'll get down to one. Okay. That'd be good.
I go for that.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Michelle, I was able to move up economic growth partnership to a 45.
Pretty good. Okay. Please, first,
Yes, we have,
some,
for any of you that are keeping track on your agenda, we have completed all of those that were on the list from yesterday. And then we've also at this point in time completed Park, Highway, Hume Bridge, Local Road and Street. We've also completed, on the second page, we also completed Surveyor, Assessor, Reassessment, Auditor, Cemetery, Hume Fund, Courthouse and County Buildings, and Commissioners. Yes. And we also we also did the jail bond, court bond, riverboat, and riverboat beach. Yeah. Yeah. we just- or we did. Oh, first.
Hey,
You already got yours. Everyone's there, our township. Take part.
sure.
So,
You're one problem. That's tough. That's tough.
Commissioners, do you foresee, in addition to your budget for the adult services, the adult guardianship services that we talked about?
That's still up in the air. There's a little confusion as to whether they were going to still want that. They indicated that they were, but I spoke with Judge Hampton and he seemed to think that they were able to get those funds from another grant, a grant. He didn't mention another grant, but either that or he had indicated that he thought maybe some of the opioid settlement funds could be used rather than us coming up with $5,000. So, as of right now, no.
So depending on that, waiting to hear back from opioids, they can handle that outside of budget.
Yeah.
Right.
I understand part of it. So.
Okay.
Is that, have you understood it?
Well, I was in Argentina for one of the meetings, and the last meeting I did get email was, I think last week. So that's what, from my room, tell everybody about the email address. Or something.
I help me remember to say, for that. What is your next meeting? You know,
Supposed to know today.
Understand.
I think that would be helpful. Council, are you okay with that, going through which departments have asked for line item increases and we have asked them for additional documentation? Okay. All right, so we start from the front of the binder. So the clerk's office, she provided us information yesterday for the increases. I also have more of a, she also sent me more of a narrative ahead of time that I don't feel like providing specific dollars and stuff that we needed. I'm happy to send that out to everybody. But I think what we were looking for is what she provided yesterday. So is there anything in addition to what Stephanie provided us that we would need? And just for a reminder, it was a form that looked like this. I have proposed increases on poll worker pay breakdown, absentee board, election board meals and snacks. And when we asked her about the ballot, she said that still depending on how many they would order. Did anyone need anything in addition to what we have? Okay, that's for the county election board. Aside from her salary. And then she did want to part 10%, but you know, that's can't really defer. I don't think we'll have like dollars. Okay, so that's the first. Auditors, Kara, do you have the copy of the scanning project? Okay. And then do you also have the increase for the maintenance contract? You said you had a new system in the office. Okay, so those two. And the next four undercharge are on page 4. I believe we asked for documentation for the conference cost increases. I think she did provide that. And then did you all also know about new copier? Right.
I'm here.
Give it
Yes.
equipment to 3,000. Of education.
Yeah. Raised at 300.
Yeah.
Drop the other one 2,000. Pretty much 176, 409.
Okay. Okay, that's too bad. Okay, so I think there was a new copier, which is why there was the $1,000 increase. So that would be what I would ask for. Clarification? Yeah.
Oh, go.
I have some. Well, from the 2023 adopted budget, right? Wasn't it at 2,000? Oh, yeah.
It's 176, 409.
Yes, I have that too. So the $5,000 that's in your packet should be 3,000. And then the 1,200 should be 1,500.
Yeah.
Okay, so for those two line items. Okay, recorder's office, there are no increases there. Sheriff's Department, Brent has provided us a packet. Based on the information, I don't know if there's anything additional that we would need from him to consider those increases. Is there any other additional information that the council would like to see?
I think it's, I didn't see it, someone when I got in from auditor said that county correctional fund that we budgeted 30,000. We budgeted 30,000 because that was what the state said. Yes, EFT, I got this order. It's only for 17,440.
Does that be a tighter amount?
So that goes to hold true, then that budget has to be reduced to 17,441. Yeah, when it comes back in today, I just want to sure we bring that up to clarify that with him.
Which one now? What is it?
It's in that,
It's on page 10.
Yeah. 74.
17,441. And currently we have it at 30. Now, did we get 30 last year, Michelle?
Yes.
I really think for this budget in particular, we're going to have to look through and try to establish needs and priorities. There are quite a few increases, and I'm grateful that he was able to provide documentation for that. So we'll have to take a look and see what is absolutely required versus what is more than one. Are there any specific line items in the sheriff's budget that you would like to see additional documentation on?
If we question on the, new officer, that little academy and that sounds and all that stuff. That is like, doctor, what,
You know, one of the things I think would be important for us to look at, you know, we added those new officers in the 2021 adopted budget, there were new officers at $44,980. I'm trying to get some of those conversations with the merit board, and that salary not supposed to stay the same. So that any person that was new that came in, we hired in at $44,980. Now, when we have, you know, agreed to salary increases, those amounts have increased. But I recall being assured that the starting salary would stay at $44,980. Is that what everyone else? So, I think what we'll need to do is verify that with Brent today. That they already paid the introductory amount, which is what we had agreed upon with the mayor. What were you saying? Yeah, Michelle, do you know if they've used to sign on this?
already been to the academy.
That would be a good. That would be a good.
State representative. Fact that questions why ask has always been told. Have somebody have to sign or sign a contract. So his comment was, his only comment was, the state has to sign a contract. It's like they can't. I think that's something that needs to be looked at. Since I did that. He can do 3 years. 3 years. He said 2 years was something, but I don't know. That was my comment. Like, we're always been told by attorneys and different people that he has to sign a contract. He said that's a load because the state does the same thing. I don't know the reference that was there, but I'm going to look into that and see what that is. If that is the case, the state's doing it, we should be able to do it. and tell the sheriff's department that if he signs somebody, they have to sign a contract. They did at least protect them for 2 years.
He told me the same thing, but why we can't do it, why we're not doing it.
Well, we've been going back, you can't do it. It's not worth the paper it's written on. We were told that by 2 different attorneys. I was told that by 2 different attorneys.
Yeah, I think somebody that specializes, well, I think somebody that specializes in employment law probably be the best source of information for that, because we are an at-will state, which means you can hire and fire and you can leave the job without any.
But I think that needs to be
But
looked at.
there could be a reason, you know, some sort of contract like everything that.
But if that is the case, we need to have the place, the sign or the initial salary. That's part of the compensation. We have to have. And after that, we can start on that. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's, we need to get clarification on rent on it, and what we were, also like what we were told when we created these positions, but that's what the starting salary.
Signed the last.
I guess that's a question for him. What points now? He's hired several guys, so like he was still.
I think he said he still went.
Well, I was thinking, that for some reason, I haven't, it was. This is back here. Sure.
It says on top of that, he did hire 2 new employees, so I was further. Still.
In order to get that, have to have. When you get the bonus,
Yeah, we should.
So if they get the bonus after they get out, they have
correct.
Well, the attention.
But then if your hard one's already been to that, you get paid.
Yeah, those are good questions.
So incentives.
all right, so that's what you would have.
Yeah. They didn't give it in.
No.
If they ever get
That's
that,
different.
that's different. They just didn't.
All right, we'll come back to this. Mayor, if you guys are ready, you are ready. Okay, this is for economic growth partnership on page 29 of your binder. I kind of want to start out by talking about the budget request and then give an update for the organization and anything else you'd like the council and commissioners to know, that would be helpful.
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you for moving your schedule around. That helps both of us. It's far more important thing. We appreciate it. Certainly. Good morning again. Both county council commissioners, you do support the partnership and in its efforts to do the practical work for the city and county, capital work, people, so on and so forth. And in our efforts for economic development. The past request had been 60,000, 30 from 5% of the council of commissioners. Certainly, Madam President, we are requesting a little bit more. You will know as well as everybody, the program, staff and cost of getting that qualified person, keeping that qualified person, and in the state we're in, it just takes. Respectfully, however you would like to discuss that, we did have less the last 2 years, 30, 20. So we've been running on about 10,000 more deaths to catch us up.
certainly the board, I, and Eric, we're asking for 70. That is a $20,000 bump from what we received, but not a $20,000 bump on West Coast. $10,000. With the lit at various sources, we understand you've got a lot of requests, a lot of need, no different than any other form of government. This is still very important to us, very important to you and those efforts. As you know, should know, pardon me, Amy Gibson has resigned and went to another position. No animosity, no ill will, nothing of any negative consequence. He had an opportunity. We blessed that opportunity and certainly wish her well. So, we are in that cycle again, followed by candidate. Folks, it is imperative you're in that market, in that right mix, appropriate benefit package dollars. You all know that one of the employees get it firsthand, so I'm not telling you anything different. So that's our initial request as far as budget. Our budget really doesn't change other than that. We're seeking that additional money for salary. And be competitive and make up that $10,000 award received last 2 years. Some things to share with you. Eric's our treasurer and vice president. Rhonda Smith, pardon me, is our president. She's on assignment today, so Eric is a short straw. Just to let you know, it is still gas floor business proceeding, and we're working very diligently on a lot of things. Last year, big conversation. Some of us, like went to a few meetings and saw the benefits of the READY initiative. I will tell you that it's a very cumbersome grant opportunity. We received several dollars, $20 out of line. We've got 3 projects under here right now. As we move forward, that is going to be a READY 2.0 project that all of us, county government included, will need to take advantage of. As of right now, our board has identified 7 projects. I think commissioners, you might have one we need to partner up with. So maybe 8 at this point. Say about $95 million in General Assembly. We'll be divvied up among those regions that apply READY 1 initiative. We feel like it'll be a minimum of the same award, $50 million in our region. Good chance it'll be more because of the success of our Southern RDA and those 5 counties, Washington County, one. It's no secret we are a neighbor to River Ridge. River Ridge gets a lot of spotlight attention from the state. So we do look very good at those check marks, those tick marks when it comes to those awards. So I have no doubt we will get at least $50 million back out of our region. Those will be forthcoming in the first quarter of 2024. Applications are starting to get put together now. We have a portal that should go live in the next couple of weeks for the RDA. We'll start submitting those, and that is River Hills and Clearinghouse for those. So a lot of work to be done. Some other things we're working on, no secret, some of you in the room, Eric, Healy, Preston, Rick, we are working diligently on a hybrid version of Makerspace here in Washington County. The Pro Partnership is taking the lead in that role with the city of Salem as a partner. Very important tool that we are engaging with school corporations, having a lot of good feedback. So that project is inching forward, but albeit moving forward. Certainly, housing, I can probably be here today. Housing is still a big issue here in the county. As of today, we've got 3 contractors working on housing development. It is a slow process, certainly slower than Eric and I would like to have. But as you know, cost of raw materials have slowed a few of those builders down. Projects have not been derailed, I'm just got a little delay. So we are working diligently on some of that. Finally, I'll just be brief about the industrial park. We do have some good attention and traction right now to it. We've got our retention pond sign, HWC, is soon to be built. We will have road prep in the next few months. A lot of activity going to happen out there. So one of those we're finally coming over the middle and very happy. Eric, I've been done all talking over you on this.
That's a lot of times the projection in the industrial park fund here for all these years. Got the tenants, started tenants in place.
Any questions we can answer?
I will just comment on Ready 1.0. Our county submitted much more of an ask than what we were selected to receive through RDA funds, the Ready funds. With that being said, there are 5 counties that make up that region. 2 of the counties got less than $750,000 or $750,000 or less, us being one of them. I think it's an opportunity for us to we need to submit projects, but we also need to make phone calls. This needs to be something where we are advocating for these projects. We are getting our fair share of the funds that are being deployed in the region.
Back to Sheriff being prime, she's taking the high road. We did not get our fair share. Flat with full smile, and be pretty good. So she's spot on. This next round, we're going to squall like mad cats. I don't know the silly vernacular, but it's time we get our share. She's spot on. Want to be a little bit of a fully matched by chance, but we do not, Washington County, Salem, Campbell, Region, we do not have the resources River Ridge will ever have to compete with, nor do we have the shining light some people want to use at the State House. So it's time for us to rearrange the shine. That sounds like cliche. Yeah, we're going to have to fight pretty hard, and it will take a little bit of help from you all, but it's a good reason.
Yes, I think it's time to, put the community on notice. If you're a private investor in the community and you have a project that falls within quality of life, quality of place, housing, anything like that, contact one of us so we can submit it. I think that would be very important. And then any infrastructure projects, those would be competitive. In the legislation for Ready 2.0, rural communities are specifically called out as a priority. And it's us and Scott County that are the 2 more rural communities that received the tiniest amount of the money that came to the region. So while we play regionalism and we support those economic centers around us, it is also so important that our residents receive the quality of life and resources that those other communities are as well. We support a lot of the labor shed comes from our counties. So I think it's very important that we start thinking about that. School systems, if there are school projects or capital projects that are going to help the workforce development, that would be helpful. There are a lot of sort of projects that I think we could come up with. I would rather fund them with projects than to not have any. And so I think it's very important that we think about what we can submit and start working together the community to make sure that our voices are represented in that conversation.
To that point, this is brick and mortar. First round was kind of a la carte. This is not no programming, no long-term brick and mortar for this next round of 5. So those capital costs, those true hard costs, yes, they fall.
Can you build into that, having more access to water throughout the county? Because we've got a lot of ground out there that people aren't really interested in it, so you don't have city water.
Well, City, East Washington, Frank,
It's
whoever.
one of the city, you know, all of the, yeah, municipality water. Because there's a lot of farm around, a lot of ground out there that people could build or something in there, or even move the building. That's access.
That is entirely possible, yes. Kiwi's point, app submission is actually an intent application for local next week. Rondell, those can go in, they just want a rough count of what 5 days, what I have here in our area. If you're right, there's no reason. There's
You
something
can get internet almost anywhere in the county now, so yeah, but it's anywhere in the county.
that's true. So, road partnership, handling that, and certainly glad
Oh, I can be a part of that.
come back. That, we will have, probably another update next 10 days. So yes, I will certainly keep going.
Mr. Mayor, if you would, it would be very helpful when you get these emails fired to you and anything and everything to do with meetings, of course, I know your director's non-existent right now. You just send those to all of us, commissioners, council. Like Keely said, we need to be more vocal. I have kind of, I don't know if you want to call it that project, they're fairgrounds to alleviate a lot of our space issues in county government, plus help the community through the extension service by proposing this building up there at fairgrounds, which we need. But it wasn't even, it didn't even make the first round, and it's hard for me to not get irritated when, you know, they want to talk about regionalism as long as they get what they want, you know. Once again, you know, we hardly get anything. But it seems like they want to pick our projects. They want to prioritize the projects for us when we are so different from Clark, you know, down there. It's just, it's like night and day. You know, what our needs are and wants are much, much different than what theirs are. And like Keely said, you know, 70% of the workforce who reside in this county work out of county. And I dare say half of them goes out. So, you know, we provide them with the workforce, but yet, you know, they won't help us build, you know, here. And it's very frustrating. And I think if we're all maybe a little more vocal, and I'm going to try to attend some of these meetings, and I'm not going to be too bashful, but it's frustrating.
Spot on, Mr. Ewan, that is correct. I get a very accurate picture. There were 50 plus or minus applications the first round that were graded locally, not by the IE. So you're right, the hard work started somewhat right here. Different process again this time. Well, I'm hopeful, but we're going to be diligent. You bet, keep all of you in the loop. I've got most of your emails. If not, I'll get them to Tyler and Michelle. Anything I see, once attending a meeting, you bet, be there.
Yeah, Karen. So what are the projects that you have on your list to submit this next round?
City has 4 working projects. Road Partnership has 2. YMCA has 2. One we're referring to here, Todd, referring to the county. Deacon, Jaden has got 1. He's still back around. I might get Campbellsburg. So until those items are in fact finalized, you know, we'll move to the weeks, but all areas of county, yes.
I'm going to make a suggestion. Piggybacking on what Rondell said here. I've been saying that we need an alternative water source in this county since I stepped on the council years ago. And I mean, no disrespect to the people in this room, but until we get an alternative water source in this county, you're gonna have a heck of a time trying to get other businesses to come in here. I think if it's proven anything, we've had some fires recently in this country and all over the world, and there's not enough water to put them out. And I know for a fact that in my region, in my district, that we've had several fires over the last 4 years, and they had to go to multiple counties to get water to put the fires out. In my personal opinion, until we put water as a priority and we get an alternative source, we're going to continue to have issues getting into businesses in this county. I don't mean any disrespect to anybody, but if something were to happen at one of our factories today, how would we ever put it out? Because there's not enough to supply water at our current source for everybody to drink for days and days and days and still pull out of it to put out a fire at GKN or the Kimball factory or Walmart or something like that. I hate to be the person to bear bad news, but that's something that needs to be on our back burner.
Totally in that. We have more water than we've ever had. We raised the level pipes on 85 feet.
But yet I'm being told in multiple meetings that we only have a week's reserve if something were to happen. So,
Yeah,
but the other flip side of it is what if somebody puts a chemical in that water and it makes it unfit to drink?
that's.
You know, you can't go off of just one source forever and ever and ever. You're gonna have an alternative. And if we have more than adequate water, then why isn't it in the areas that Rondell said? So
How many days?
to me, that needs to be one of the priority things on the list that we ask for, because you're never gonna grow without that out there.
Yeah, I think maybe we have some water infrastructure conversations, look at, see where some of the unserved areas in particular. I think Campbellsburg is on wells and it's just, there's a lot of conversation. There are definitely a lot of people still in the community that are relying on their own water source. I would probably benefit from having an alternative as well. It's more challenging in a rural community because you don't have the return on investment, you don't have the density to be able to collect those rates, to be able to pay that back. So it's I think that also makes the case stronger for these applications for these ready funds so that we could try to get more water to more residents. But you also have to have people that are willing to adopt. And that is something that not everybody is willing to connect when you extend the water line. So those are, so those are all conversations I think that will be helpful. So if there are areas of the county that you think are important to be covered with water, I think that's a good conversation to have, and to have those conversations with the water providers to see if there's any willingness to even support application, let alone do the project.
Fair deal.
But that's very important too. Some water companies are just happy exactly where they're at without expanding.
It's hard to find out exactly where, we just looked at a map where the water is, and where the water's not. I've taken pictures of the city hall just the other day, because they didn't really have, it'd be nice to have a map. Each water district to see where they're at, and where the area that you can focus on that might help beneficial, the more economic impact, help out.
Now, I will say, each of the water companies have their own GIS system, have their lines mapped. And so if there could be better integration within the county's existing GIS, that would also be helpful.
If I make clear here, we, as big a county as we are, in acres, square miles, we are almost totally saturated with water. We have a few pockets. One of them is one we mentioned, the gentleman came here, wanting some help there on the park funding.
West side of the community.
Yeah, which is 60 or 70 people. That's the largest one that I know of in the county, and I know for a fact that we are almost totally saturated. I think maybe Kyla lives in an area where there's a few pockets that don't, due to where they are and the economics of not getting water there, that don't have municipal water. And I dare say that we're just, I'd say we're 80% saturated with water. as far as municipal water. And, as far as an alternate source, I know no, someone tell me, but I don't know any municipality, I don't care if it's Indianapolis or Fort Wayne or Evansville, that has an alternate or a backup source of water. No, nobody has it. They rely on one source and that's it. I don't know of anybody that does. It's not economically feasible because the chances of you using it are slim to none. Now, it would be nice if we ever did really get source of water to have a backup, but it's something that's it's just not done because it's not feasible. It's a case where you basically have to put all your eggs in one basket, and we're not like this, we're unlike anybody else. I mean, everybody's like that.
Mayor, as you put together, thank you, Todd, as the economic growth partnership puts together those applications and is looking for letters of support, please let us know. What I'd like to do for each of the projects is that we show that we're cohesive, we are collaborating, and that the county together is submitting these projects. So that's what I would ask, is that we are having, ongoing conversations that we are able to show letters. Anything else?
They are being accepted via mail, yes.
Justin, what we have, has anybody that's asked for increases to provide documentation, can you please send Michelle a copy of the budget? And to show, and also talk about the need for an increase. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, so I didn't see the film. Oh, thank you.
Wrap everybody up.
They're really bad this year. Yeah, they're not very good.
Thank you, guys. All right. Okay, up next we have the river services, and this is on page 27 in your budget.
Could I have a copy too, if you have an extra one? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Doing well, thanks. Beautiful day. Beautiful day. There she is. There.
All right, if you all want to, we always love having presentations like this because we get to good work that's going on. So if you want to share with us any updates that have happened over the last year, and then anything else?
Sure. And, Dan Lyle, CEO.
Good morning, I'm Tammy Sykes, I'm the CEO. I'll go ahead and start. I'd like to share some of the things the court services have done. Sheds like our group homes, we have 2 group homes that are located here in Salem. And then we also have our workshop, shelter workshop program, that's real fun. And of course, we have all of our other services, good housing, transportation. Definitely a staple in the Washington County community. We are happy to say that over this past year, we had a lot of individuals that come back after COVID. Our members were down. So we've had a lot of individuals come back and get that. That's certainly happy to have them back. Definitely have some housing and other things. But I think our big thing is that we're able to increase our concern, just due to, the ending of the.
Okay, and I just always feel compelled to say this. This is my 40th trip here to see you all during this process. So I know it's hard to believe that I'm that old, but anyway, as Sandy was saying, we feel that Blue River is important piece in the community life in Washington County. And we believe that we make a difference in the quality of life for folks and work with you all, in those efforts to maximize the quality of life for folks in Washington County. Last year, we served 18 people in our work services program out at the Industries building near Walmart. After school, that's something that not a lot of people know about, I think, but we served in after school programming 139 Washington County children in Salem schools and in East Washington. So those are regular after school programs to an enrichment program. First steps, that is early intervention, home-based program for children born with risk factors or special needs. And during the past year, there were 120 Washington County children and their families served in First Steps. Healthy Families is another program that probably doesn't get a lot of widespread publicity, but 22 families received Healthy Family Services last year. And those are risk factors, not disability factors, but family risk factors, and it's a voluntary program. And 22 families took advantage of the Healthy Families program last year. And we also work together with Pact, another local organization. And that primarily is working at Jill's house, working with Pact. They do counseling services for the folks at Jill's house. That's 4 units of apartments that serve victims of domestic abuse or domestic violence and help people get back in the community and provide that safe setting during that time. The WIC program, excuse me, served 1,384 Washington County families last year. That's nutrition education, newborns, and their families. Transportation, of course, you're probably all familiar with the transportation system. Southern Indiana Transit, and that had 4,552 public one-way trips last year, serving 506 Washington County residents. And last year in total, because we do also provide services, transportation services for people going to our day programs and the industries and rehabilitation, there were 6,113 trips, serving 613 in total. Structured family caregiving. Tammy had mentioned group homes. We also have another residential program called Structured Family Care, and it's kind of like an adult foster care program where we place an individual with a disability with a family in the community, and the family makes the person part of their family, and we provide ongoing support services. And so there were 9 individuals served in structured family care last year. And 24 were served for rehabilitation. Of course, we have a number of locations in the county, and one of those is the Washington Center. And that's where we provide some of our facility-based rehabilitation services. And there were 24 served in rehabilitation last year. Housing, of course, is something that we've been involved with for several years. Quality, affordable housing, where, we work getting grants to build these, what I think are high-quality settings for people to live in. And, of course, we purchased and remodeled Grandview Manor South several years ago. And there were 27 folks living at Grandview Manor South during last year. Then
a few years later, and recently, we purchased Grand Commander North, also remodeled it. And if you've had a chance to see those for before and after, I think you would be pleased. Also 27, living in Grand Commander North. A few years ago, unfortunately, our child care center, after I don't know, 20-some years, was unable to keep its doors open. So we converted it into Jackson Court apartments and added a few duplexes around the remodeled child care center. And 16 persons lived there last year. And you know, this is just some of the highlights. There's a lot of stuff going on in Washington County about Blue River Services, but these services and others are provided by 94 Washington County residents were employed by Blue River last year. So
That, Indiana Transit, the trucks we see running now, what does it do?
what does Indiana, Southern Indiana Transit? Yeah. Well, Southern Indiana Transit has a contract with the state of Indiana Department of Transportation. It's called 5311. It's Rural Public Transportation. And so it's mostly demand response. At times, if there's a demand, especially if there is senior housing, we'll set up fixed routes to go to places that people would want to go, whether it's possibly groceries or to Walmart or to, you know, places where a lot of people would want to go. But it's mostly a demand response. Now, something that has happened during the past year that indirectly affects Washington County residents. I know that there are some folks that, for whatever reason, choose to either use the local medical and hospital facilities. Some they'll go to New Albany and that sort of thing. Well, we added Floyd County to the transportation system. So a person could ride rural public transportation through Southern Indiana Transit, which is part of Blue River, just as an example, to the Floyd County Hospital. They could ride that public transportation to Floyd County Hospital or, you know, wherever in demand response.
Do they have a route system?
There is a modest route system, let's say. And whenever there is enough demand for a route, then we get done that. But mostly it's the demand response where you call the dispatcher and the dispatcher then sets up a route.
You by chance don't have a contact number, do you?
Well, we certainly have a contact number. I don't. Okay.
Is there a specific line for Southern Indiana Transit System?
Let's see.
I asked somebody here about that needed a ride, medical, down to Floyd County.
Yeah.
And then I was, he was Floyd Clark County, and they were telling me I can be used as Indiana Transit. And I have seen your truck up here, and I don't have a contact number to refer them on to.
Okay, we will definitely get that for you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
In fact, anyone will be trying to get it right.
All right. Thank you.
I've had numbers, but I think the numbers flashed on the truck.
Yes.
Yeah. I ran into one of your drivers at Walmart the other day, and I was asking him some of the same questions. I guess anything, it seems like a lot of times we have these services and the citizens of the county, I'm not really aware of how to approach them, how to get to those services. And so the number on the side of the truck, thank you, very helpful. He was telling me that.
Well, and that's one of the other things that we've been doing is, with our vehicles, is putting those maps on there with the information, so as they're traveling throughout, that information is on there, and people can see it. So that is one of the things that we've done, to try to get our name out there, you know, so.
Yeah, it's one of the vehicles that's in here, but unfortunately,
I'll let you know.
okay, great. Can you write it off, read it off, and please, I got the right answer to speak.
812-738.
1681.
And that could be, that number goes to our maintenance and dispatch facility, which all 5 counties in the system are operating at.
And they wouldn't have to wait for somebody to come before, because we have people that are based here out of Washington.
Yeah.
Over at our industrial park, so even though it is a 738 number, they wouldn't have to wait.
The guidelines that we want patients to. No, right, somebody's Mercedes broke down and they needed a ride, we come and get them. So there is no criteria as far as age, disability, or income. You know, some of the services that we have, there's a, you know, like the housing, in most cases, there is a income qualification because they're very reduced rents. And also some of the projects are, for instance, 55 and over. As far as public transportation, anybody can bring.
This was a lady that didn't have a car, that did go to Floyd County to the doctor. And so, how would that work? If she called you to get you to take her there, and she'd have to call you back to come pick her up.
It's just typically arranged by the situation, so sometimes the transit will wait there for Clay County.
Okay.
Trips going on. But sometimes they'll come back, it will just depend on, you know, how long her appointment's gonna be, if they take all those things into consideration.
So if they go with 812-738-1681.
I also see that the Harrison County Commissioners have a tour of riding on the transit bus. So maybe commissioners would like to do that as well, or anyone else on the council.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Great.
What'd you say?
You,
It's like, okay.
Bring your donuts, come on.
Any other questions for the board member services?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate what you do. And real quick, just to touch on the opioid committee that we're going to have a meeting soon. They're going to update the applications on the website soon, and then put those figure out which ones we can help.
All right. Let's see.
nothing that.
Are you with Pact perhaps? Yeah. Okay. Travis, if you, I'm trying to think who's gonna take. Who to take this? Who to try first?
Cheap.
I'm good. Okay, I'm good either way. Okay, well, if you would mind, go ahead and come up here. Okay. So this is for Hoosier Hills Pact, which will be out of the commissioner's budget. And page 35 in your record. Hi, welcome. Thank you. I'm a Hoosier Hills Pact. I went ahead and came a little early. Probably got an email and tried to get here early, so I'm as early as I could. We are just asking for the 15,000 that they have typically been awarded. We usually put that money right back into either staffing our shelter repairs or needs. Some of you have probably noticed the fencing that project finally was completed thanks to the money we received from you all, which gives the children a safe place, secure place to play. And we've done a lot of work back there. We had the fire department come back and say, it looks like a park, because we put the river safe place stuff all over the place and put plants. It's really cute back there. We have picnic tables. So that's what some of the money has done in the past. This year,
honestly, it might go towards carpeting or some sort of new flooring in the lower level. It's seen better days. So that's probably where we're gonna use it, but it could also have to go to staffing depending on future, grant cuts, because we have seen our fair share of those past few years, so. I don't know if you have any questions for me or. Okay.
Last year when you were in, you mentioned you guys had a grant cut. And I believe someone, it might have been you, it might have been the other person that you had mentioned, you guys had some electrical issues in the back of the building, like you couldn't plug in certain things at the same time. Did you ever get those fixed, or are you still experiencing a need for that?
We are, so the back part of the building, I think the history for me is a little, it's the part that the food bank used to have, and we didn't use to share the building. It's that back part that we've been having some issues with. A lot of it's just not air conditioning. So where the women's, I think the women's yellow cells used to be perhaps, like in that back part, they're not air conditioned at all. We use it in storage, we can't use it in its really functional space because of the lack of air conditioning. We did put, a window, we can do one window unit in the very back office, but if we plug in too many freezers into that space, they start to like blow and stuff. But we have moved some of the freezers out, into a different location, and we seem to be doing okay back here now, and it would be wonderful to have some sort of better system in place other than just tons of window units that in that old building, I don't even know if that's possible, so we just do the best we can. We replace the air conditioners, the window units pretty frequently, because they tend to get mold in there eventually, and we just replace it every few years. But yeah, I mean, updates at that part is probably needed, but wouldn't know how much something like that would cost or, Tony, I think is his name, the maintenance. He's been helping us a lot more and coming over and kind of looking at things more since the big, heat fiasco a few years ago. So we've been calling him before we do anything, just to make sure if something's needed, you guys become aware of it before we just fix it and we're sending a big bill. So I think that communication has improved a lot. So I don't know if that question maybe more.
Yes.
We need it. Anybody, any other questions?
How many, families or women do you actually come through the facility in a year?
Between the outreach here in Washington County that we are now running out of that building, Victim Services is the only part of Pact at this point in the county. So we moved all of our services into the shelter. So our victim outreach office is in there and our residential, between the two, we're seeing over 200 families a year usually processed through either outreach or residential. At residential, we have 12 beds, so usually we'll have 4 or 5 families at a time. We stay pretty full. We'll go through like lows where we won't have anybody, but we're never completely. Like right now we have probably on the upper end of our census. The last time I was over there last week, we had maybe 14 people. 2 of those were children in cribs, so it didn't put us over census as far as our beds. So that's why we were able to take that many, but we had like 8 children in the building at that point. So it's a busy little facility. We're one of the smaller shelters in the state, but we're one of the few remaining shelters in the state too. A lot of them have had to close because of grant cuts. So we've been fairly lucky that I really think it's because Southern Indiana, there's like one other shelter over at Evans, and we're it. Because the Center for Women Families closed their shelter, and so we lost many beds for Southern Indiana when that facility closed. So I think maybe Columbus would be Columbus and Bloomington, but That's like a foreign world to some of our residents. They wouldn't consider going that far away.
So is
So
Becky's place in Bedford still open?
it is, but I don't think they're doing as much domestic violence work. I think they've kind of, gone into more of a substance abuse, homeless type criteria. Because we are still getting a lot of calls from Bedford. So that was my understanding.
Well, we're certainly grateful for everything you do for the community and no, it's unfortunately a needed service. So thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. I think Connie, she was worried that she was on the same for the substance abuse stuff. So she's not here yet, so I don't know. Oh, okay, okay. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Travis, are you ready?
Sure.
All right, if you will turn to page 36 in your planners. All right, Travis, if you want to start by talking about any line item increases, if you've had any changes, and then any sort of department updates.
Keep looking, are you on planning commission or?
Let's start with planning commission.
Okay. There shouldn't be. There
You
should be
mentioned
any,
salary increase request,
yeah,
attorney, or increase to the attorney amount, or increase to the general.
yeah, that should be it. It's just for the employees, earnings fees. That's the only increases on there. From last year. So, yeah, very short.
Any questions for Travis on this one? Okay. Next page, building commission.
Building commission basically the same way, you know, second deputy, line item, that's just increased salary on both of those. And then the only other adjustment was assistant building commission. And everything else stays.
So you decided to remove that position.
Well, it's never, we haven't made a decision on it. Go ahead, you go.
We thought we were approached by the town of Eakin back a year and a half ago. They were wanting us to take over their building inspections. And we were kind of warm to the idea, and we never could agree on a price. So time went by, and we said we had talked some numbers, and they were very favorable, because I think there was more work there than what they thought. They didn't want to have to go through all of this to, hire someone like Travis. It was a lot of schooling, and you have to be pretty knowledgeable on, building, plumbing, HVAC, footers, concrete, all these things. And they didn't have the manpower, so they were wanting us to take it over. We didn't do it, but we thought we were going to. So last year at that time, we stuck this in the budget, hoping to come to some kind of agreement with them, and they decided to take it on themselves. And one other thing, probably, let's face it, the reality of the situation is finding someone qualified to help Travis without doing a lot of training to be on the task. Get by with what we can for now. Hope somebody walks in the door someday wanting the job. Appreciate what you did. But no, very good.
Another play. Secretary, you got, your
Good, great move for the county. She's doing good.
Yeah, that seems a lot of Mexican too. Reference to Africa. with that.
Yeah, she's been doing that for a while. I mean, back and forth, it's her and Desi work together. They have to work together anyway through the maps, through location. So it's just kind of second nature for her. They're they're kind of on there. So it's not going to be a big switch over. And I think basically the other departments, and some other counties, that's where that position is anyway. I think, as you said, something like in the state, there's 2 or 3 that's liable. Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, sorry.
Yes, we had her in yesterday and we talked through this.
So, but they've been working together and it's, you in the office, you wouldn't mind about that. So, big change.
Any other questions for Travis? Travis, do you know how many building permits you've given out this year? How many new bills we have going on?
I think we're at 50. When I left, one was just finishing. I think we're at 55 now. So we're running just normal. Normal's 1.5 to 2 new residential starts. So we're running around schedule. Yeah, it is. You would think it would be that much. Wasn't as many as last year, but last year was something else. But that's non-incorporated areas.
Right, that's one of the things, I was thinking that was the case.
All unincorporated.
What you're supposed
That's just me.
That's not.
That's
That's
just,
the alarm.
that's not any small towns, nothing like that. So
As the small buildings slowed down,
small buildings that,
the built, but they won't set them. One houses, little cabins, little,
illegal construction.
yeah. Those slowed down.
I would say a slight increase. Slight from last year.
Not very,
But
not very. Some of them.
All right, anything else for Travis? Well, I'll just say thank you. I know you have a lot of responsibility in your office and also the planning commission. I've been several members. Planning commission, which is a huge ask, and I know Travis does a lot of support the board and does a lot of work. So, thank you.
appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Okay, you too.
I'm sure. Let's turn to page 18 for the drug-free community user fees. Rather than asking the prosecutor to come back to review this budget, there are no changes. I would like to draw your attention to the budget, take a look at it. If you have any questions, we can call Tara in. Otherwise, we can move forward with the review of that budget. So this is on page 18 in your binder, the drug-free community user fees. So as you'll see, the director line item budget is 4,000. General expenses 500, substance abuse $20,100 for a total of $25,000, which has remained the same since 2017. Do you have any questions on the subject?
I didn't used to be involved with it, correct?
That was what I did is something different. This was always handled by Dustin.
Okay.
And for those of you newer to the fund, this apparently is a grant giving fund. So they have organizations apply and they give out money for those that are doing things with substance abuse. So like tobacco cessation and things like that.
Do you?
Like, that's-
I imagine it's the same amount every year from the state. I think it was just,
The 25,000?
yeah.
You could go forward and go, maybe.
Okay. Do we know the balances right now?
You might go forward. $29,111. Which they, that's the option heck for they do not spend.
I believe they have, do they have an annual grant cycle or is it twice a year? Probably twice. Like spring and fall?
Yeah.
All right.
They
any
used
other-
to be, I
Okay.
don't know what it is.
Anything else on this budget? Okay, we'll consider that as well. So at this point in time, we have EMS left, and then, really to go through the entire package again. So let's take a 15-minute break, and then we can come back and start working our way to the plan.
That was pretty good. Yeah, so that was, it was. Okay, so there's a $10,000 here as well on page 29. I just saw that there was two different amounts.
I remember last year they asked for this.
The those two months together. We just split.
See that, right? Yeah. Second line, I just saw that there were two different things in the animal shelter in this, but this is coming out of the commissioners. And the 32,000 is, I can't find the 32,000 now. Where's it at? I think last year, where was it at? I saw it somewhere. Animal shelter, 42,000. When did it jump up? 2 years ago. It jumped up at 21. It went from 40 to 42,000.
They asked for an increase last year, maybe the year before, for $10,000 increase.
What we have now, we did, according to this. That was in 21 as well. They want more enough. But you're making up for their request on this on the commissioner side. Yeah, I just happened to see that. I know I've seen animal shelter somewhere. And I thought it was 32,000, it was 22,000. Oh, yeah, I get it. Well, but, it's something that I did the wrong way, but I said, well, the county has to pay. So I said, that's something that I've always felt like. I said, you want to think on that? I said, that's $1.7 million for thinking on, but that's our obligation of the county. I don't think it is. is, but that's why I don't touch that. But it's one of those things that I don't think the city has the obligation from the state to handle that, or to handle the, so do they? I don't think they do. I think the county do. So that's one of those gray areas, we gotta make sure that when I make all big comment, just go with it, I don't want to the wrong way. Well, probably more than that, probably about 8%. That was my point exactly. I mean, that's why you look at that. And really, the city of Salem is getting a free pass on 80% of $1.7 million. But they're not obligated by the state to do it. That's where the state's got to step in. Help these, any county that's having that. Yes, Todd. Yes. But they are paying taxes for the city of Salem.
Oh, I will after we take a little lapse. You want to see it? You want to see? If you come over here, I know it feels weird to walk around, right?
Yeah.
And so there's one person watching that I can register, but it seems like this whole meeting is twitchable. There's a platform called Twitch, and so and they probably be hearing me right now, but a lot of times just turn it on and they just want to hear, right? And so that's going out live on 2 Facebook accounts, 2 YouTube accounts, and Twitter, as well as Twitch.
I don't do Twitter. I tried to look for you last night on there.
I almost have to give you a link, because I've got a lot of Twitter accounts, actually, way too many. I need to close some of them down and just go ahead and direct it in through one.
Yeah.
Because it's not, I mean, I have one for green glass and base candle and all of that kind of stuff, and that's not really what I need to have. I need to go ahead and combine it. Now this is on an SD card, which is, because I'm, over the years, I've actually had courts asking for video. And I've told them, and I said, you want the unedited, because I do have to edit to put it up online. And so I can't remember, AVCD or something like that. So this kind of file is actually, they know that it's not been edited. And they can actually put that in to a courtroom and know that it's not been touched, because it's got the time date on it and all that kind of stuff. So I go ahead and just record on it and then tuck it away and file it away. And used to be, I put it on CDs and try to, because it's like huge files. And that just seems to be the easiest.
If you need to charge your battery up there, plug in right
I
there.
will. I've got my plug-in and everything. I came prepared. I'll get you all hooked up there, Phil. How are you feeling better? Are you feeling better today? The patches still aren't working? Getting older is not the adventure.
You know what? There is like a baby wave going on. It is insane how many people are.
Well, I heard them say this morning on the news that they are AMA can perform a section on man with a uterus in, and they will be able to carry the baby up to a C-section.
See, the next one you have. The next one you have that option available to you.
I look at her and I think, there's no way I want to. Why are people want to do this?
I know, yeah.
How many kids do you have?
I don't have that. I got 2 boys and I'm sending both back right now.
Yeah, my husband and I have had discussions. Don't listen to this, boys. have discussions about whether, we can get our 6'4", 300-pound boy into the baby box. You know, because it's a different world, but yeah, no, you know, there you go. There's an option for you next time, kiddo. Yeah, yeah. Well, no, after 2 kids, we were done. Yeah. I mean, I did not have a good time.
I'm actually pulling up, I love looking at data and statistics, and our birth rate is pretty high in the county. In terms of larger families, like younger families that have more than 2 kids. I've been surprised in comparison to some of our other communities in the region. We seem to have, and a lot of people I know have 3, 4 kids. It's very interesting.
I had 15 minutes of regret and then that was it. Yeah, well, but no, I mean, statistically, I mean, that makes sense.
And it just is very interesting because I think there's probably more family support here for the people who are having more children. And because if you're having children, you don't have childcare, like that's a huge issue. I think there's a lot more people here that have family support or people that are, you know, babysitters and things like
It's a
that.
more rural community, you're gonna have family, grandmothers,
Yeah. You just have.
Well,
grandfathers.
I kind of lean towards it may not be a positive thing. It may be that, you know, by golly, you're not going to get an abortion, which is fine. I mean, I'm going to back away right now, but there's, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna, yeah, but yeah, there's, you know, if a young girl gets caught and, you know, there's a lot less likelihood that she'll have it ended, which is okay, which is good, which is fine. It's not really that they have a lot of support, but they may not have a choice.
It depends.
And it depends on the circumstances. But yeah, and, but yeah, no, I would say it has more to do with that. Even just in the interaction of my own family.
They was talking about this on WDRB. No, it's on 205 Fox Channel.
Right.
And
No, you're not. It's just, it's a lot to take in. It's like learning to ride a bicycle over and over again. It kind of gets old.
you ever did know this one?
Yeah.
Dennis did it.
Dennis?
Dennis.
Oh, he had an issue about a month ago in place, you know, he had some emergency. Just but they think they found out about it. Adjustments because somewhat, see if we can. Been talking about, see if I could pay quite a bit.
Well, that's right.
A couple times a week for one for dinner. But, you know, he's 80. So that's 77. I still get around, I got back issues.
It just depends. It can not be that. Like, it really doesn't have to be this.
We were talking about one time,
The same time as working here for his age. It's like, he can still,
Hey, Rhonda. Hey, Rhonda.
I'm sitting.
do what? Oh. I've got hernia. I'm supposed to have it served. Hernia surgery. I'm supposed to be almost 25 minutes. See what? I could live with one. Well, you got a hernia, don't do it. Probably.
Aren't you not supposed to lift anything, Rondell?
This ready to go in? Yeah.
Oh. Then have all your guts fall out. Come on now.
I can feel it. It's there.
Yeah.
Maybe EMP's next.
Oh, hopefully.
Yeah. How much is that weigh?
Or we put money in it and next year.
Oh, hey, Rondell, the RDA, no, the JRAC board, that you were, they said, I recorded it, so it's online if you want to watch it. And they said that you were on a hunting trip. That's right. That's right. They said, Rondell's on a hunting trip. That's why he couldn't be here, because they were really tense, because that's the first time I'd ever recorded it. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes.
I told him to schedule it, that it's not, that I had an open schedule, no big deal, but I forgot that when I was going to RCT. And then that's when I told him, I said, well, I can't make that, obviously. And then the next one that they did, they went back to my old email address, so that's why I give them my new email address. I just need to start going back to those meetings.
Right, and they do have it on the calendar. And, but online. Online. I don't know if it's the right time or whatever. They're not really detailed. And that's a big thing, because they hadn't been scheduling it where the public could see it anyway. And that was the big thing. That's why they were all upset. And, when I was there.
Yeah.
So, also, just a little aside, the board's supposed to have both Keely and Phil on it. And they don't. I mean, that's like and I told them that, but yeah, that's like a governor thing. It's on the governor website. So just, whether it matters because it's Washington County or not.
Right.
But yeah, it's supposed to have both Keely and Phil on it, the presidents of both the council and commissioners. JRAC, the opioid settlement money. Yes, yes. And I told him, I said, just, don't do anything, but here's a list. And I just want you to know that I know, which I'm just that way. All right. What happened to that building? The one where the True Blood? No. The one
Over there.
Yeah, over there. Yeah, the big building. Used to be Richard True Blood's building. Did it just get into did it just get damaged, or is it been sold? I think that's the one that's all damaged.
Yeah, they were both,
Yeah, one of the big buildings on the corner. Yeah. Oh, I know. It's Raquel. It's the one that owns Mexican restaurant, and she bought it. And that's, she backed out on it? Okay.
On the T-Sandy building?
Yes, there we go. Because I'm getting old.
Hey, quit talking like it. We don't allow that kind of language in here.
I'm like 58, but I'm just gonna go 60.
58.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm going straight to 60. It's a lot easier to remember at my age, and I'm 60.
I have 7 more years you about Social Security.
I know. I think Max is gonna go file early. He's gonna be 62 next year.
I've heard when people do those numbers that a lot of times it makes more sense to do it early.
Yeah, because we figure, if we're gonna die, we might die early,
That's obvious.
Maybe the exception.
Or you
I don't know.
can live perfectly, yeah.
Yeah.
Never had.
That's correct.
Now, do what? He just said he was there. Okay, for me and my house. Okay. This stuff. This is for, well, no cost, no cost. But the other is cost. And the county cost. He paid the cost.
Honestly, I really appreciate it. You two have such an incredible ability for prayer. The two of you, yes, the two of you.
I love the fact that you like it, but I hope. Yeah.
Right.
Well, you see, that's all I'm at.
You both do. I remember just growing up in church, where there's, a couple people you would be like, really like it, right? I just love like that.
We have a few that when they get through with prayer, I always tell them, I wish I had said that. Yeah, I'm just saying. We're gonna fix some flow. That's what their name is. God loves you every year.
What we'll do is we'll start working our way. Go back.
Estimates,
They are going to be here. Did you ask them? No. Okay, they'll be here at 11. And I'm gonna go through everything else. First, coming back this afternoon, 2:30. Well, I do think we started going through who needed additional documentation, so probably should finish that first, and we can go back through and evaluate if somebody provides us additional documentation. Consider it. Is that where we were at, Mr. Treasurer? All right, page 4, Treasurer. Page 4, yeah. So we were asking for additional documentation from the Treasurer's office for the increase in equipment from 2,000 to 3,000, and also the education line item for 1,200. Okay. All right, page 5, reporter, there were no additionals other than salary. Next is the sheriff. We did talk about this, actually, I think we're in the sheriff. When we stopped. We talked about the start of the officer pay and if that's being something that's followed through on. We have asked questions about the academy and what is the timing of the sign-on bonus, and then people have to sign a contract. So those are questions to ask for when he comes back. The next page, page 7, this is something I think we might want to,
9,000 to the chief dispatcher, you know what?
yeah, so I think that is something that we should, we can go ahead, we do have the documentation for this based on other communities, what they're paying. What is the council, what's your feeling about the jail commander increase in salary? Is there an amount you want to look at or an increase? And the same thing with the chief dispatcher. Those were the two that seem to be top priorities. I think I want to open it for discussion with everybody, knowing that we already have the
We know we can't go that high. There's no way. We might have to consider. This is my law, 3,000 or 4,000. You know, just keep it careful in there, I guess, but you need some.
Page 7. We're looking at the jail commander.
That's my take on it. You know, we just can't go 14,000, 9,000, 8,000. That's the way. Yeah.
give certain people raises and nobody else raises.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
That's the way I look.
Yeah.
You can't say that. Because we've done it in the past.
Yeah.
We did, when we,
I just feel that there has to be, we have to figure out where we're at, but
I'm just saying,
I'm just saying that right now, I don't feel comfortable talking about this until we figure out where we're at with the budget, and then go back and circle back to salaries.
Well, we give the deputies, 5,000. Then we give for the EMS, we give, who's the highway department.
we've done it 4 or 5 years. I'm not saying it's right. I know,
I'm just saying for our sake right now,
It's fine.
right this minute, I'm not prepared to talk about any of that until we figure out where the budget's at as far as salaries go. And then figure out if we're even gonna give raises to people and then go from there.
I agree. I don't think, like, decision on line.
I think the question,
If I know 100% where we're at with.
Okay, so this is one that we'll come back to. So when we see Brent today, we probably won't have that conversation. Okay, so this is gonna be within the broader context of salary increases. If we're able to do that. Which is unlikely. All right, page 8, page 9. Any questions on page 9?
Do we know how much you spend on meals right now, even for just right? That's probably about right. What it costs to live in.
I feel like that amount was higher last year. There were, I feel like the requested amount was higher than what we. Michelle, do you remember how much last year they did request higher? Do you remember what they requested?
Oh, 75 to 9.
Well, last year they were asking for 200 something.
Yeah.
And we went through and had that, and I think we got something.
Okay. Well, today we can then, how's the inmate complaint this year compared to threshold last year? I think that would be a question you would ask.
He did provide
Touch
that.
on that a little bit yesterday, due to COVID, that.
Yeah.
The intake ratio.
Well, we stand 147 inmates, I remember that.
They just want issuing a lot of warrants during COVID.
It looks like in August of last year, we had 153 inmates, and this year we have 147. So it's been 100.
Okay, right on track.
45 math, 147 inmates at $200,000, $3.
100 how many?
At 147 inmates.
That is his peak. At least from the graph, that's what it looked like, was that it peaks in August of last year.
but it's still been hanging around. Well, average is about 20 or 30.
I think that's probably fair, yeah.
Well, if you look at 22, you jump from 175 to 22 to 23, 15,000.
Yeah, he was asking, like I said, he was asking for more than that. He was asking for maybe 220 or maybe 40. I think really respectful.
That is the problem.
You can see dropping 200 to 195.
Yes. I mean, if you do the math. Do it both ways. I think. I'm all right. Look.
You're okay with dropping to 195? Okay. Rest of the council, what do you think? Gerald suggested dropping the 200, the increase, there was a $10,000 increase for meals for inmates from 190 to 200,000. If you look over, every year it's increased quite a bit. And last year it was increased $15,000. So Gerald suggested dropping it. And right now there's 113,000 spent today. More than 80. Okay, any other line items on here you'd like to talk about?
Talk about the police radios.
Yes.
Back in, 2017, that were, he had $3,000 there, and he's got 13,000 now. Were those new radios? Yes, we can redo those, is that what he said?
That's what he said. He said that there's the radios cannot be updated. Yeah, that they cannot be updated to the. I think he was going to buy 4 a year.
Yeah, right.
Is that mandated by the state? Is that mandated by?
No, it's just that.
No, I think
800
It's
citizens
just that he wants,
statewide.
I think he just wants updated equipment. Since he can't update this.
Somebody mentioned something about cars, but is it when you have to switch everything around per car? You mentioned something like that.
It's called the 800 system statewide.
Yeah, it's something about it's not compatible.
Yeah.
Always thinking it's not.
They can't communicate with state police. 32 state police are on a different band.
Our radio won't communicate with them.
And $1,300.
Yeah, the quote is provided in here. This is the cost of 2.
There's a place to 8 and then.
For 2 of them, it's almost $6,500. And he suggested replacing 40.
Yeah, probably. Safely. Right. Everybody else.
So he's coming.
Yes. Okay, so the increase did have a quote, he's planned for it. Anything else?
You agree on 195?
Yeah. There seems to be consensus. Anything else on page 9? Okay, move on. Okay, Michelle mentioned this earlier on page 10, this is the county correctional fund, and this is really at the discretion of the state as to what we get. We have historically received up to 35,000, but the last couple of years have been getting 30,000, and she just received the deposit for 17,441, so we might have to reduce that to 7,441. The number is what it is. So that's something we will have to discuss. Yeah. I'm not sure, Michelle, do you know if there's a formula or some sort of exercise? Also,
Equipped and everything is 40.
I don't think that was equipped.
No, it wasn't.
I think it's another 10,000 to get
Oh, then it's 90,645. Okay, so he's going to, 70,000, he's going to be a shortfall, so we may have to come up with 30,000. In order to.
Somewhere else.
If not, you can take the other on this commissary.
Well, which is historically what sheriffs have paid for, you know.
Or
He's just coming back for us to ask him any questions.
where you get it, well, he is, I'm sorry, he's on the, she's on the broad, what he can do.
So we're looking at about $54,000 for like new and eclipse Dodge Durango.
State funding instead of.
Yeah, that's a, yes. Well, I say that, not really, but the user fee.
It comes from the, it comes from the state.
Okay.
I just don't want
Okay, any other questions on this one? All right, page 11. Any questions on marijuana user fees? Okay, let's go to Surveyor on page 12. Emily is going to provide us with documentation of the cost of the chairs, the computers, which is that's account 20100 under office supplies. She's also going to show us the mileage and lodging increase. She said she does have professional development that she needs to get done. And sometimes that can be 2 to 3 days at a time. So she is going to try to get us some sort of budget justification. There is an increase of a contract amount from $4,000 to $10,000. And as you recall, she talked to several other surveyors about what that cost would be if they actually had to call on them. And so that amount needed to be raised. And some, you know, a lot of times that fund does not get spent. But that's there, almost like just in case. She was going to provide those for us as well. Michelle, do you have those anymore? Or we should have the new budget. They did request that the deputy reserve, as instead of getting a salary amount, was getting paid per case at $200 per case, and they estimated $5,000 would be more than sufficient to cover that amount. So that was a change there. They also removed some line items and combined it into other things. And they did request a $5,000 increase in autopsies based on the numbers they had over the previous few years. Any questions on this one?
On the autopsies, I still wasn't clear on the history. How they're going to do it. For some of the past, I mean, I thought we're raised at it.
So under any involvement, don't have a cause of death. Manner of cause of death. Not just rule it. So, corner law. So they don't have a medical history to help them establish cause of death. Then they have. Because it's seen amount of money, it's seen by family members. Don't get everybody. So that is law. There's no way around that. That's so because last year I suggested because she was maxing it out on using everything that she had, plus all of the extra accounts. And from what I understood earlier in the year, she had He was already at the number of autopsies after the year, which she had in the last year. Which, at whatever it is per autopsy, he's gonna go 45,000, like, taking the patient out, so I'm concerned for patient this year. Ultimately,
It's 1,900 now. 1,900.
I will say, it looks like they have,
she had 18 last year, she's already at 8. So,
it did look like there was a reduction overall. If you take out what they put for salary increases, overall, there seems to be a reduction in the budget. So, for a slight, I guess I should say a slight increase, it was about a little over $2,000 increase. So even though the autopsy line item goes from 40 to 45,000, you take out the salaries, the budget is about a $3,000 increase. So I feel like if it is a little much, they might be able to use it towards something.
Your bond deals.
Yes.
I'm not aware of new laws as far as that. I'm looking at the police department call and kind of run some stuff by her. And see where we're at with that. But I do know when I had that budget line, that included AIT lab. And that was $109 at that time piece. I know the state. So that should be a significant difference. So she made the comment, somebody made the comment that the prosecutor wants to do every overdose at an autopsy. That's the case. We're not doing 40 to 50 autopsies a year. There's no way we can do that. Without having original medical examiner's office, and I pushed for that for 8 years. Even though most of the courts haven't pushed for that. Because Kentucky has a place, but I gotta make a call for a big comments.
Except,
We also need to make yeah, do we also need to make a phone call to Sarah?
Yes, I think we do with it. If that's her decision, we just need to choose to understand that can be very expensive. You know, I know that, I guess I can speak really on no case, but we had Down syndrome. I had the lady upset, it was a 58-year-old Down syndrome. And, they wanted to do an autopsy because it was to the say that he was in the guardianship of the state. So I'm not doing that. We had it for care. I did not do that. There's some questions I need to ask.
on the month, so.
Okay, so we'll come back to that. And nothing jumps out at me on this budget that's overly concerning those. Is there anything else? Once we get these questions answered,
Yeah, they're gonna get.
everyone else will similarly. Okay.
But I'm just old school with an half death and half death. You need to save money for if somebody's killed somebody, or that's my mentality, regardless of what the state says, you know, they have to do. So I don't understand throwing money away after a natural death.
Okay, so next we are on to assessor and reassessment. We had an updated budget there, which that's stapled together. Yeah. Okay. She went through and labeled the contract amounts for contract and trending data. So Michelle, if you could ask for documentation of those contract amounts, that would be helpful. And then in regards to there was a subscription line, I believe that might have increased too. Anything else on this budget? There's $1,000 increase to printing and advertising. Anything else on this budget? Michelle, can you ask for documentation on those two line items? Okay, next page, which is the assessor's budget. There was an increase for the fall conference, but it was an increase to mileage and lodging. She provided the fall conference. Student subscription, she said that it changes with the salaries as a percentage of the salaries. So if there is a salary increase, that amount will need to be, you know. Michelle, can you ask for documentation on those two as well? Mileage and lodging and dues and subscription. If she can show a percentage of what those dues are. Anything else on this budget?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready to move on? All right, we will move on to the prosecutor's budget. There are no increases for the prosecuting attorney budget. Now on page 17, no increases. Page 18, we just talked about that, $25,000, no increases over the last 7 years. Page 19. There is an increase. There is $15,000 for litigation expenses. But there is a removal of $5,000 for deposition of witness fees, so it's just moved to a new line item under litigation expenses for $15,000. So it is like an actual increase of $10,000, and she had cited that additional murder fees that will be tried next year.
Yeah, 10,000.
Yeah, so I don't feel like there's anything we can really ask for that, but I'm open if you guys want to get something else, and let's just show.
She held the lines pretty much for
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the way I look at it.
Okay, same thing with 20, no increases, that was before the incentive fund. 21, the grant fund. There is a little bit of an increase covered by the grant for crime victim assistance. 22 is also a grant, which is adult protective services, and that those amounts have stayed the same. Any questions on any of those? All right, we'll move on to extension. And there is an increase for the contracted services for Purdue, and there's also an increase for maintenance and repair. And Danielle has said that's due to the balance of, being low, kind of pulling from other things, but now they're fully staffed. She said that there's more in there. She did say she would provide additional documentation. Michelle, can you circle that one as well? Yeah. Okay. All right, and then on 24, no increases for the week order. Okay, next would be veterans on page 25. Okay, there are increases in office supplies, mileage and lodging, and vehicle. But there is also a reduction in equipment. So there is the $1,000 that was traditionally given to equipment has not been given out.
And I think you dropped the vehicle to 30,000.
Yeah.
He did say his estimate of the 30,000. Okay. Yeah.
Does that have to have signage on it?
If you say,
Does that vehicle have to be signed, like, does it have like logos and things like
I
that?
don't think so.
Did we figure that into the cost before we go lower than this 30,000 down? If it has to be lettered, is that gonna be, surely it would be 10,000, I would think.
I think every time we have it, later somehow.
Do you get, is it fully wrapped or is it just like Washington
I
County?
think the last one's the only one we have wrapped.
time before Christmas levy. I think it is,
The only reason these were brought or was because it was original.
So it could be just letter, doesn't have to be.
Well, I think we need to figure out from him how much that will cost before we just go over this down to exactly what he's gonna have to pay for it. You know what I mean? That way we can get the lettering cost in there too.
You're familiar with that, somebody started, email.
Yeah, I mean, typically when we wrap vehicles, things, usually it's the one that does the tire. And, you know, depending on how it's wrapping needs, if it just needs lettering, usually you're looking at 15, 2 grand is about what we pay for that.
Is that something that can be done in the, like in Betsy's office? You know, she prints the signs.
You know, I doubt it, that's a different kind of vinyl.
Okay.
You have to have the proper tools.
It has to be heat treated too.
It's a special type. Mainly adheres to the vehicle. I know we ran into some problems with trucks and Ford changed their trucks to aluminum pipes.
Mhm.
Stick like it did to metal pipe. So different substance material to make it adhere. So, but I mean,
We think $2,000 is enough.
normally I would say just the letter, you're looking about you're not wrap it. You may be
letter,
Yeah, commissioners, are you okay with lettering as opposed to wrapping it?
I would be, I mean,
2000.
yeah.
we can talk about it.
You might ask him if he got it for
You might know, you might have to
letter or wrap, whatever.
probably not gonna say.
He did mention something about it. And that's
He just needs to know. He doesn't need to know.
Yeah, we don't need to wrap seat plan. Yeah. Just asking.
I just got a race car later in the day. And if it's what it is.
Or you could just turn this 40,000 into 32 and forget it.
Yeah, let's move on. Okay, we're talking about.
All right, is everyone okay with 32?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, with that, is everyone okay with the purchase of that vehicle?
Well, explorers, which I'm saying it's what we're right.
Okay, hold on, as long as it-
Just run the court, just run the court. Yeah, I'm saying.
So I see a nod from 4, but, okay.
Yeah.
See, Bubba? Okay. All right, so Michelle, we're going to change that to 32,000. All right, page 26. Commissioners, this is the commissioner's budget.
What's ambulance service?
Okay. Yeah. Commissioners, do you still need the 20,000 for IT equipment that we adopted last year? Were those one-time upgrades or was that multi-year upgrades?
It's here.
It's continuous.
Which one is that?
That was IT equipment line 30119.
Oh, yes.
Buildings and structure insurance, I think, Michelle, were you getting a copy? You and Kyra were working on a copy of the premium.
Yeah, I think that this year, I would have it for 2026.
Sure. And Ron knows that he's seen just industry wide, it's been about 15% of an increase in insurance for buildings.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure this isn't a typo. We're lowering the budget for telephone from 40 down to 30. That's not a typo.
Which one, Karen?
Telephone,
Page 26.
I just, that just looked a little odd to me and I thought, well, I'm gonna make sure that it's not a typo.
We just got rated along the phones, that's one reason we're too concerned about.
I didn't know if it was like phone bills and stuff coming out of there, and I thought, well, we don't have fewer offices, so I want to make sure that's not a typo. All right.
I do think we'll have to look at the amount allotted for county council during. Yeah. It has not increased since 2017.
We gotta keep on bringing them on. That's just the base, and I know the county attorneys, same way. That may not include some things they do, which they feel over and above that $11,000.
So where do you pull it out of your budget? Like if your base for your, it's your base for your county assessment, what you have requested, or is that including all of the, is that including the base plus additional work? That's on the third line on page 26.
I mean, that's his base. Anything, beyond comes out,
Yeah, it's $30,000 worth. So,
Okay, so it would be full from that too?
yeah.
If we do one.
What's those doing their contract?
I think tentatively we could be, but
Depends on.
I think it just depends on whether we retain the same legal counsel. I haven't went out and gotten cost estimates to see what that would be from other anyone. Or even to work with in conjunction with.
This is basically the
I don't mean this to sound bad. They did not say Mark the Sierra or in the city. I'm going to say they don't do a lot. They're not required to, they're not, you don't call on that often. I mean, there's not a huge amount of work. Are they needed? Yes. There are times we need them, but there's just not a huge amount of work. The county. It's my 2 cents. And I think they would agree with that. They wouldn't disagree with that. Which depends on what comes up to. But you can introduce that if anything major didn't come up and it required to make the work, they would do.
Well, that's also good enough. Why don't we also have that separate item for as needed? Okay. I thought it was when the county was being sued that, whatever the litigation is.
But I guarantee you that Mr. Meade is not happy with this 11 times that he's been stuck at or marked on. Yeah. You do.
That line items can be pulled by your attorney or our attorney as well.
Legal service.
The legal service line. I don't think that's the case. That's for Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, and so, fundamentally, yeah. Talk about that.
yes,
Uh,
yes. Okay, well, that was helpful discussion. Thank you all for that. Okay, we reduced the amount of care of patients and inmates. There is also, the ambulance service, which I think would be helpful to revisit after we talk to EMS. Next page on 27. Mental health, there is a change from the 165 that was requested on the mental health line item to 163, 125. Anything else on these budgets that, aside from the ambulance subsidy that you all want to talk about? On 28? Okay, so, you have the requested budget in front of you. From my understanding of the conversation yesterday, we were going to eliminate the part-time line item. Last year was 70,000, and the requested initial budget was 40,000. Instead, hire additional custodian at $42,311. Is that what everyone else has in their room? Yes. Any issues with that? That sounds right. Is that right, Michelle?
So that would probably lean more maintenance, more than likely than custodian.
There's gonna be a certain amount. I mean, we can't afford the equipment it takes for some of the equipment today. And you've got, in your work, you know, we take specialized tools to do it. We can't afford that equipment for no more than we need. We contract now with HMC, do most of the work on the jail justice center. We can't afford that equipment. I mean, it's a plug and play deal where you plug in the computer and it tells you what's wrong and go with that. But on general maintenance, we've reached the point, and the nuclear buildings, we're reaching the point there also. And we're in a time of one man to do, we're finding ourselves shortfall in other areas. And then when he takes off, something goes wrong, you're up the creek. Or if it gets harder, you're up the creek. So, I mean, it's one in catch 22 things.
That's, I believe you understand. Well, I just wanted to, you know, and hopefully maybe you find the guy that's the right guy that you train.
He's out there, you gotta find him. I mean, it's I tell you something, when we retire, that knows how to read both, that would help us. They can do general maintenance.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a needed position, and if we remove a lot of part-time, I mean, the budget will come in a little cheaper than even last year.
One, two, one, seven, zero. People, point. There it is.
Basically eliminating part-time. And then adding another custodial position. And then they set up a period of custodian. But
Same. It's the same right. Yeah.
I think we should keep it on custodian too, pay 36,000.
I think Bill at 36,
Hey, Bill.
39. That's fine.
Hey, Bill. Bill.
Oh,
Who's talking?
Yeah.
We were just wondering if that salary for the second person is gonna be just right, same as Tony's.
that's what our discussion.
Yeah, okay, I just didn't know. Exactly.
41, still
You want 41?
What? 41 or 40? 41. I know what that.
That maybe the discrepancy.
I think it is.
To be honest with you, in today's world, I think it's possible. But, well, there's some benefits in it. But I think we're not very much. Not 41.
40,000. Is that where you're at, 41,000?
14,000.
Even.
Okay, 41 doesn't even. Michelle, you got that?
No, they get.
I don't know if you're gonna work it out, but I think,
I don't think it's enough discrepancy, Bill. I don't think it's enough discrepancy, but it's up to you commissioners, but I would go 40 myself. It's up to you.
It's gonna be hard to find.
I know,
I'm gonna say you're probably gonna have a hard time finding somebody at your original number.
You're gonna have a hard time finding somebody to
but
that.
here, you gotta think about talking to you. It's been so many years.
I'll do it for 100.
I'm looking, but
All right, we have got it. Commissioners say 40 is their budget. All right, let's go next 1.9.
thank you.
Okay, this is seated. And we've got, the real and animal shelter, economic development. We did get new numbers on paving and non-paving. So it's 965,223 for paving, and non-paving is 321,741, with the understanding that non-paving will go towards, the highway facility payment. Yes, an economic growth partnership has asked for more money. Commissioners, this is your budget. Are you going to increase the amount or want to increase the amount?
And no, you cannot go for 1.5.
Okay,
That's all that. The factor for you. In order to increase your partnership, you're gonna find somewhere else to take it from, it's gotta lower one line.
but it was coming from somewhere else, right? Previously, because we don't have, I thought it was coming. It was 80.
Michelle, you tell me. Oh, we originally thought that based on the payments that we would need about something less than $300,000 on highway facility. We got 321. If you want to get some more to the growth partnership, I think you could probably comfortably take it out of, maybe $10,000.
Is what things that we need.
Sure. Yeah, well, it's the same situation. It's so many things. I mean, let's not try to think we live in a dream world here. That's why they want money. Then able to carry out there with money.
Well, and what I have seen in economic development, you get in for a couple of years, and when you become knowledgeable, those other bigger communities can pick you up and pay you a lot more. And, I mean, it's a great opportunity for Tammy when she went to the town of Parksville. It's a great opportunity for her with a lot more resources to do things. But it's gonna be an ongoing battle with our local economic development organization. I don't think there's any way that we're going to compete with a $100,000 salary or more of what they pay in other places. But we still have to be enough to where we can get someone, like you all were talking about.
We can do the same thing with the jail. Out there. I mean, that's what he's crying for.
It's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
So I would say previously, the commissioners had given economic development partnership $60,000. There was leadership where it seemed like we felt like the council and commissioners needed to see more being done by that organization. That's why we split it up into two and we reduced it by 10. The year before that, it was an $80,000. It was like a one year, I believe, there was an $80,000 contribution to the organization. But historically, it's been $60,000. And they're asking for 70. But the last 5 years we've done, or 4 years we've done.
Couple, 3 years ago, Karen suggested that we give them half the time, which I thought was a pretty good idea because it kind of held Campbell effectively.
Yes.
Some problems with, I would say problems with the director, but let's just say questionable job performance. So,
It's been a big thing.
what I would
Tammy's
say,
And
if you give them the extra 10, which honestly I'm in favor of, to get somebody qualified in here, then why wouldn't you make it mandatory that that person sign a contract? But, you know,
That's what I was thinking about when contracts.
I think they have talked about that, but I think that's figured out.
but I still say I really don't think that we get 10,000 out of non-pay because it would kill us if we want to do that.
I think that's it, Commissioner.
Yes. That is.
Rick says
That's a good thing, right?
yeah.
Understand what you're talking, saying, but also, after you make me sign something, you penalize right on track for one better.
So,
That's not fair, is it?
I'm not talking about 10 years, I'm talking about 4 years.
2-year contract, which what I was suggesting, maybe, is that if there's a contract for anybody to sign. Like anything else other than that, you're opening yourself up, so.
You get 6 months, a year experience in economic development, and have your training, it's like,
You know,
we won't be able to get one.
these 10 years. But I don't disagree with what you're saying, Rick. It's just, for the county aspect, it's.
I hate to jump about that much. And you get it work,
Yeah.
but more of
Right.
my suggestion, talk about.
What do you think, Phil? You got 10 and 5. Well, something you agree.
If they're good, they're probably gonna move on. If they got a chance to get a job, what kind of performance are they gonna give you? And no one is in some way to go.
Also depends on, I mean, I think finding Tammy was just like perfect, right? Because she didn't have specific economic development experience, but she had marketing experience. And it was somebody that was willing to learn and get in there. And I think
She worked at it.
she worked at it and she put all of her effort into it. And yeah, she did a great job, which was such a breath of fresh air.
I got pretty big break that sets on a little more about it. Be compared to
Now, that contract can say, like, no, I'm just, no.
Good.
Yes, it said you had to put out now.
Good.
Well, I didn't know that you necessarily would put it on compete in there, because like Rick said, if you put it on compete in there, then you're saying she's got to go 2 years, she can go take another job after 2 years, but she can't work in what she's passionate about, or he or she can't do that. And that's doing exactly what Rick said. I would want to do that.
I actually think the way it worked out with Tammy was awesome, because now she's at a town that's not that far from us, and we can call her, we can still call her, and she has all of this like wealth of experience. She would help.
So you say 5 then?
I'll be one.
That's what it's called.
No, I said.
Oh, hey, I'm always already forgot 5,000. Let's go. Should connect like about 80 versus monthly.
Non-paying Michelle?
I'm just saying there's a lot more money in the pay.
Yeah, but you got a lot of road.
Oh, and I get that. I'm just worried about how much the loans will be. Or how much we're gonna use for that non-pay.
Have you had Baker Tilly put together some numbers yet?
I'm there. Not there.
5,000 non-pay.
I'm there.
They're fine. Great.
All right, so we raised it from 50 to 55.
We still want the line item separate.
I don't think combined, you know,
You do think so?
I don't think so. I think it's the same thing.
I think we separated it back when we were. So
Yeah.
that's something we want to go back to doing.
I would say yes, because there's going to be a new rent.
It and
What do you-
what are their, what are their expectations?
that matter?
I like things fully making together.
I think we could consider combining the next year after the. This provides an opportunity where they have to come before the commissioners. They have to have. Well, if you do provide that, if we do combine them, then they still come into the commissioners and have to do an update. It's fine.
So I go to 35 and 40. Kim,
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Why is Rick not on you're a voting member on economic growth, but you're not in the executive board? Like, why are we?
You're not on the executive board.
One look at their bylaws, and typically an executive board is, those that are officers.
You know, we're on voting. So we're not on the executive.
The executive board would be your secretary, treasurer, vice president, and president. Is that,
Yeah, we'll give the voting.
No, they have their,
they have a separate
they
executive?
have their officers, then they have the executive board, which is about 200 to 300 people in addition to the officers. And for some reason, the county official is not on.
Not on the
Executive. And that's where all the decisions are made.
executive. The county council.
Usually made after dark.
Well, I think, Preston and Rick, if you both want to bring that up to the board, that's probably the best way to go about it. I would take a look at their bylaws to see if it explicitly states who's on the executive board and why. And then, a lot of times nonprofits try to not have elected officials as, leadership. Then again, Mayor Green is also on the board as well, and he's on the executive. But he is also an elected officer on the executive committee, so perhaps let's take a look at the bylaws, and then if you guys want to have more conversation about that. Yeah.
Three years ago. They went to that executive board thing.
I've been,
when I started.
yeah.
They reduced the number of board members by about half. There was very upset people. You got Facebook.
Yeah, I would, bylaws first, look at the bylaws, because I would imagine they would have had to change the bylaws to do that. Then if you want to have further conversations, we can either call them in at a joint commissioner or council meeting, or we can set a meeting where a couple of us go have a conversation.
We need to find out.
Yeah, just.
We can have fun. We need to be part of it. People.
Okay, with that, let's take 5 minute break. We can go on to ambulance service.
I'm thinking,
Yeah, we'll just about to go on.
This is Bill for we know this, it's good parts in Hoosier. That Belfry upstairs is pretty good spot. Oh, yeah, just wait for the big rain to come through and all for man, it looks like. Next thing I know, my foot, I get the hooks a lot of them. I was. New cost. Because it says somebody put those like that, see, there's no, that's probably. I thought the city, did that. City did. That's what I thought. The city bought them, so I bought them back to lot, sold off the other side of the Wendy's and all that.
Yeah.
I'm very funny.
Yeah, hotel, every 2 by 7. It's good, same city, call it. It's two buildings, but you can really. All of the. Who's doing?
You see, like, give up. It's like. All the batteries. Well, yeah, we got 2 labels, people up there sitting wheelchair intersection detail. Just like, we're integrating to the 20th century, working together. It's all coming here. Yeah, it's slowly, but it's very this way. Oh, it's one been sleeping over in front of Slim's building? Yeah. Yeah. He was in front of the window the other day doing that. Yeah. You do this, I hit stop, I come back around. Roll the window down, I said, go. Oh, they cowboy. That's who I would say. He's on 5 cars. You the keys in this. I thought about doing it on the courthouse steps, doing like Eddie Murphy did, you know. It'd be skateboard, yeah. Getting some dark glasses, like that.
There's no price.
We need some money.
Here.
Or if you can see our free, that's what buttons. Yeah, yeah, so instead. How you been doing, Joe? Ain't seen you for a long time. Good for you. Oh, school. Yeah, that's what somebody said. On the board, three guys out there. Oh, yes, and the better.
Salem. Had a couple others, not on the board, they. He, Sue, Dan, and man, I only ran on the board, he said, I'm getting tired of having to sleep with stuff in there. Yeah. It's about time for new team. Well, I wish I had done, I had an opportunity to do it about 10 years ago, I wish I had done, but I. Pretty good. Pretty good. Rest, this. Right. Exactly. I want to good water involved. I'm thinking it is. I'm just like. There's plenty of water. Could be scary. Yeah. We get a lot of those. Thank you. Be produce. Yeah. Drop.
Right. I know mine's just now people get started tasting now about the. I've got all I eating is like it's all. But yeah, the lodging, somebody just produce and bring the coats. Needed what you get.
I bet that's the same time. No. I think just our all session. Bring your resume and stuff. What's that? They're usually in the city. There's those 6 o'clock sessions. I think you check and mail on what happened there. A lot of discussion about that. Over like 35. Whatever reason, for what reason. The 8 bars over there. I know a lot of people work part time over there. Kids over there last night and one of them, the grandkids, she got in food throws, baby faces, it was like, it's all the middle of it. Everything was done last night, so that's he called me or something. We're gonna do hands, good pop, do some fuel baby. But that's what some kids, that's. Oh, yeah. I guess we talked to some old ones over there. I talked to them. Okay. Up the door fire. So we're thinking, talk to some younger folks. We from the building and pulled out. That's pretty wrong. We got a job here today. We did. Yeah. I don't think we was. Murphy's Law, and Murphy's Law was at yesterday and last night. The radio just kept talking and everything shut up. It's, yeah, it's gonna happen.
Well, even the record that was working for both Greensburg and us actually got. She was actually on vacation.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I said,
Do I? Oh, so I kept six morning today, that's the one more thing, that's what that. The next three days, like, look at this, look at this. It's like.
Somebody was
Yeah.
yeah,
What time is it?
Oh, somebody woke up.
Or I'll wait. Let's make it, we can do this. Bye. Where's this being started? Right here. Wait. Roll this out for an hour.
how many years?
Okay, we'll wait just a minute for Preston and then we'll get started.
63.
Yes, page 63.
Oh. Where do you go?
You want to grab a drink?
Make it back,
Oh, say what?
you make it back.
Who?
It-
Yeah, I'm back. I haven't turned it off. I just leave it run. Leave it run and, I'll turn it off at noon, whenever you guys start taking lunch. Plug it in and it'll be unprotected here probably.
So you've got it on recording that Rondell's buying the hot.
Yes, actually, we're big on Twitch, actually, is another platform. So everyone on Twitch that's watching us right now knows Rondell is the hot wings guy.
Well, I won't deny that. Problem is, I think
Oh, no, sadness. There'll be little sadness emojis on there now.
Sad word.
We will go ahead and get started. All right, we're ready to begin. Okay, so we have ambulance EMS with us today, and that's on page 63 and 64 of your binders. And if you all want to go ahead and get started, we ask is that you go through and talk about any changes in line items and note those changes. I'll go ahead and add that we are asking every department head to provide justification for any line item increase, dollars and cents, not just cost of living, but actually showing us where that increase is coming from. And then, but yeah, you want to go ahead and go through your budget, give us an update. We appreciate it.
Okay, we
have been working on this for quite some time. And what we come up with on the grand total side of things, we actually come up under last year's budget. For roughly about roughly around $60,000. We actually took out some items that we no longer need under the line item 31101 on the account, that debt service. That's taken care of, and we won't need that anymore. Everything else pretty much stayed within the same of last year's, other than the medical supplies, which is 2,300 on the account number. But we actually increased that by about $2,500, specifically just because of the costs of medical supplies, the way they are going. They're going up about every day with our medications and all our other things that we need. At 2,500 would probably be a pretty good number we can handle. The only other increase that we had as far as on our line items was account 30105, which is the medical equipment maintenance. That's been 7,000 since 2020. We knocked it up $500, just because of the fact that the maintenance costs are going up as well. So that went up 500. So basically, on any of our expense items, we went up over $3,000 over last year. There was also another item in here that I was looking at that we thought we could maybe keep it at zero or take it out, and that was at 30904, and that's under collections. And I got to reevaluating that, and we probably need to keep that from 0 to 3,000. We could get it under 1,000 last year. Keep around 3,000. That's for like the collection agencies that we use, where we have to pay them a certain amount for collecting whatever they collect. I think we could stay well under that 3,000 range, but to kind of keep it where we thought we could keep it at probably about 3,000. That was the only actual change that we had as far as what you guys have in front of you there. It's 12,400, 8,170.
That's what we've just talked about. That's where the line items, they're basically the same, and AOD, whenever College Department posts that stuff forward, it doesn't really recognize a lot of that, so that's all under one line item now. It's all under line item. 12,400 taken away. We're not using the line item 11,300 now. But you'll see line item 11,300 goes to 0. Plus the appropriations on that, you can see it's a little bit different. The appropriations for that never has been right. These were actual numbers about what actually should be appropriated to that account.
So Tony, did you say 3,904 collections? And moving it back to what?
Yeah, well, it had been 4,000, it was 5,000 back in 2019, it dropped to 4,000 in 2022. I think we could drop it again to 3,000. Yeah.
Well, we got 0. We got 0.
We discussed this at the end of the board meeting and stuff, and I actually thought, like I said, on the collection agency that we use, they charge us a percentage of what they collect. So I thought we better keep that, just to be on the side of where we can, if we have to pay them, we can. So I tried to look at different line items that I can maybe pull that out of it, and it's really not. We did away with the legal services one, which was the 33,900, and that was $1,500. We done away with that completely because of the fact that, that really didn't.
I don't think that's a one we even use. So we done away with the legal services ones, like I said, that was, at 1,500, all that's gonna be is cost maybe of the retainer. And I mean, we got a county attorney, so I mean, we have anything, we should be good on that, so. So actually, if we took away the legal services completely, that was 1,500. We added the home collections part, we put in 3,000, so that's basically 1,500, so we're basically, a positive of that over last year, $4,000, so.
So in line item 12,400, overtime vacation, you moved in line item 11,300, okay, where did the other come from to make it 107? Just what the numbers that was right before that column. I can tell you exactly what the payroll breakout is on that. Our cost for overtime per year, what we operated, what we was operating last year, and the year before, and the year before that. Overtime cost per year with what we're actually doing now is $87,000 a year. Vacation and sick time is $45,000 a year, and our holiday cost per year with 9 holidays a year is $31,000 a year. That's where that number actually comes from. That's actual cost. That's actually what we pay out right now. I don't know why that number was like that before.
We did that before because, salaries, there's built-in overtime, so they're scheduled every week at the ambulance service. So they had it, as you can tell, it was built into like the EMT line, the paramedic line, the supervisor's line in the past. And then you bring that down and put it down into the overtime vacation, which I believe has something to do with the new software you all are using for payroll, right?
And we're still having some issues. We're out of the post program. We have to look at the expenditures every month. You're looking at those payroll line items. They're still having some issues with the AOD trying to get stuff posted the right line item. We actually asked if we have just a line item period for payroll period, and then they break out the overtime vacation. They say we have to break it out for EMT paramedic. Really, payroll is payroll. Well, why we need to break it out and say they want to count that we have.
Do you have like historical numbers for what the budget has been for EMS over the last 7 years or so?
I've got since 2017.
Okay. Really last year we did something unprecedented. We increased the subsidy by double. So it went from $425,000 to $850,000. We're in a very, very tight budget season right now with the county. We have chosen to give raises and trying to do our best to meet the needs of the county over the last few years, the increases in things that departments have said they needed. Continuing to give a subsidy of $850,000 is very unlikely for us to be able to maintain a sustainable budget. What I'd like to do is kind of go back to the 2020 adopted budget, look at that, and that was when the subsidy was still $325,000. Let's talk about what's historically changed from then to now. Understand we had a pandemic, there was an infusion of funds, CARES Act money that went into the department. Aside from that, we really need to try to get back to numbers that reflect closer to that. And so whether that be mainly labor, the way the shifts are scheduled, let's talk about what's happened from that point forward. You can talk about the pandemic, but let's talk about from that point on, what has changed for there to be such an increase in the expenses of the events.
What were you talking about?
2020 adopted budget.
While we're looking there, I can answer that in one word. Salaries.
Let's talk about salaries. So we can talk about pay raises, but what's the schedule? What is our schedule doing? Are there ways that we can cut down on the cost of labor?
We had worked, the director before worked, the one prior to that, and the one prior to that. There are no miracles in it. Why they're going to save you that kind of money?
We have to look at everything.
Respectfully, you're looking for savings cost jobs that do not exist. But mainly because 65 to 70% of the budget is salaries. And we're playing a game, all these other ambulance services are in a competition. In the same way with the sheriff's department, we bump up the salaries for some department, sheriff's department, because they can't find police officers, can't find EMTs. We bump it up here. We're on top of the hill for 6 months. Everybody else gets wind of it. They bump their salaries off. This group of people moves over here. They start working over there part-time. Then they go to full-time. It's a vicious circle. It's a competition. You can't find enough police officers. You can't find enough EMTs. There's, I think, 1,500 EMTs that go through training to become an EMT every year in the state, and most of them do not even stay in the ambulance sector. They do other things. They work for hospitals because they get paid.
Like it's 1,700.
You're not only looking, and respectfully now, I appreciate what you're saying. You're not only looking for a needle in the haystack, you're looking for one that doesn't exist. Because we've gone over this, Bill's been fighting it for 10 years with a fine-tooth comb, and we've racked our brains, and the solution does not exist. You're going to plan on spending the same, if you're lucky, that you spent last year on maintaining this ambulance service, and you just better get used to it, because that's the cold, hard reality. I'm sorry. I wish there was for some solutions, but there's not. And you can't get staff because we've got 2 ambulances in this big county with 1 on call, and you're doing 1 transport out of county. You have 1 emergency. You got nothing. You got no coverage. You got nothing for an accident, South Hill Road or Martinsburg, and you can't get to South Hill or Martinsburg in 3 minutes. And that's just the cold hard reality.
So knowing the nature of EMS, and it's different schedules, it's not 9 to 5. These are very different schedules. What I think would be helpful is for us to better understand what these cost implications are of this schedule. So if there's a way that you can get us those numbers, and like you kind of talked about that, you have numbers for, you could help us understand implications of the schedule, holiday, overtime, your part-time line item, on-call, all of these things will help us better understand, because primarily this, I think Todd's right in what he's saying, that the bulk of this is salaries. So we have got to figure out how can we sustain an ambulance department and sustain the rest of the county, while making sure that if there are ways, if there are procedural things that can be done to save money on salaries, we want to be able to do that. So we really need to better understand that situation entirely. And things have, I can look at these numbers and things have changed with part-time, holiday pay, all of these, there are significant increases taking place. And what we want to make sure is we want to get you through with the least amount of impact to the county offers, but we want to also at the same time having a really quality service. So it's all very important. I think it will make more sense for us that are not on the ambulance board to better understand the salary implications of this budget.
Maybe this helps understand that we brought this up at the end of the day. Philip printed it off, we was talking about the stipend. I hold up $850,000. We got to watch that. We pulled it up. We continued to print roll for 7 full months into it, for the 8th month. 7 full months into it will be only $300,000 less than that. It will not be $300,000.
Bring out here as far as the $850,000 subsidy. As of at the end of July, we've added to it $294,000.
So
But at the end, right now in August, that the EMS fund is at negative $62,000.
we should be on track and not take that $850,000. That's for several reasons. Our buildings got better, our runner reporting is better. more runs. Sad to say, it got more serious, so we're doing more billing charge. Also, our costs for beating up every supplier we got, we're even kind of blow some smoke up some of those players to try and things cheaper and be able to call it on.
By the running line numbers here, I'm close to that, I'm between $200,000 that it should, if going by what's the trend that's been.
Budget wise, for the last year, we're $228,000 under. Payroll wise, we're $118,000 under budget projected for where we are right now to finish out this year.
Another thing, Keely, is the Medicaid rates have increased, twofold since July 1st. The old Medicaid rate, or BOS, or ALS base rate on Medicaid was $160.84, and it was $4.41 a mile. Effective as of July 1st, the ALS rate jumped to $482.56, and the mileage went up to $8.71 a mile. The BLS it went up all the way across the board. On a BLS rate, it went from $110.84. It went up to $406.36. So the increase in revenue, we probably won't see that probably until probably sometime September, October, because the building. And then we're also currently in negotiations as far as on transfers from the hospital. If we pick those up, then that's going to also give us a big increase in our revenue as well. We're doing the best we can there, and I mean, we do. Anytime I have to hire somebody, I always I hire the lowest level of care that I can to replace it. I mean, if I lose an EMT, I don't hire a paramedic. I don't have to. I'll hire a PMT where we can save them. So, I mean, we're doing about everything we can to do it. I mean, unfortunately, it's a business. It's a nonprofit. We're not going to make money at it. We're trying to minimize the loss that we can. But I mean, it's just a business that we're not actually going to make any money. It's we just try to minimize what we get and how we spend it.
Just heard Tommy say what we get off of a run. It costs us $592 in cost to make it. You just heard a lot of them, $167 still cost the county $592 to make that for the transport. That's our average cost for transporting a patient. And you can see it's a losing proposition right off the bat. That's why private services are falling by the wayside. You lose. And that goes exactly what Todd just said.
Then another thing is on our hours, on 24 hours, we can't really go. If we could go to an 8-hour a day shift, we'd have to more than double our employees and cover for that.
Calls we don't want what it is right now.
It would more than double that.
I have a question. You mentioned the subsidy, and you guys didn't, I think you're going to use it all. Didn't we raise that for like a new ambulance last year because we weren't sure if we were going to get it through BART money? Am I wrong?
There's our money set aside for delivery. We have covered. They keep pushing the data over.
Yeah, I knew they were behind over a year ago on getting them out, but I thought that was one of the reasons we raised it last year was that they needed another ambulance because the ones that were there couldn't be remounted on the box, and they had one like that left, I think, that hadn't been replaced now.
That might have been conversations for art money, but
I thought that was in there in case the art money wasn't there. I'm not remembering that right.
For the ambulance, it was 850 state was
Okay.
And you will see a line item that's that on there, right? Let that out for truck purchases. Don't have a line item there next to the bottom of page 63. We actually put a line item in there. We'll talk about it. How to save money for truck. What's that?
It does not work. You could put it in line item, but if you're following this next, It's not there. It's not like it's going into a special savings account for a truck.
Well, we all discussed that, you and all of it, so I thought maybe that was all of it.
She's right, you can't put it aside. But it's in the budget, if something happens, we have to finance an ambulance or something.
You just don't want to use the school boards, just take the school or a.
That's different.
Yeah, maybe all walls, if something go out there and all that work.
So at this time, you are supposed to be getting your ambulance on ARP money, is that right?
What they're able to deliver, because they keep pushing it back. When I talked to the ambulance service or ambulance manufacturer about a month ago, they said that they had pushed it back all the way down to May of next year. They can't get chassis. It's just everybody's in the same boat.
Where's that manufacturer will get?
Up at Elkhart. Yeah, actually, the Crossroads ambulance, which is the ones that we went through, and but everybody I call around, everybody's in the same situation. It's not, they just can't get chassis. Yeah.
I'm good, dear. We need to make a correction. And this is my fault, too. I should have remembered this. Michelle reminded me. This amount has been set, so we can't increase it. So on this $3,000 that you wanted additional here on collections, that on our sheet says 0, we're gonna have to do a little shell game here. I would suggest we just take that out of truck purchase. Make truck purchase 22,000.
You say in addition to 4,000, or I was gonna take it down 3,000 on that.
Basically, Tony, when we publish the budget, like what's on here right now,
Right.
we can't increase the total amount. So like if you're adding $3,000 back in, even though it's reducing by 1,000, if you're adding it back in, they'll have to take it from another line.
Okay. I understand.
So make note of that and drop that truck purchase to 22,000 and then pencil in your 3,000 on collection.
It says that.
And the money's the same.
Really?
I do have a question about the training fund, but no, we talked about that at the last meeting. You have to spend money on the training fund this year, correct? Or the training fund, yeah, you've had training this year, yeah. And then what, do you have a balance on the training fund?
No, I don't know if I've got a balance on that.
Maybe not, probably we figured that.
That's what we're looking at, the 1011.
Yeah, hang on here, just let me look. I've got that many pictures they are. Kind of go through.
Along the name.
That's
It's on page 64.
I don't have the actual, what we spent out on the training fund. Not. They do.
We budgeted
On page 64, that's the question here. Apparently, out of all 1, 2, 3, 4 funds, you were asking for $18,500. And out of all 4 of those funds, there's only $3,588 balance. So you've already spent over $15,000 of those 4 funds. Is that going to be enough to get you through, or are you not going to have any more training, or? With the supply?
I don't know where that, I don't know, I haven't spent that.
Well, this is the training fund, right? So like any revenues that you collect from training goes into that. Yes.
And there's only a balance in there of 3,558, 88.
So we basically can't spend more than what's in there.
I think this is where, I don't know about it. I think this is where I had a conversation with Kyrie Davis before Tony got the house. That training fund was originally set up was for training more than EMS. The building's attorney on that is for our communication for our employees. For those of you that ain't aware, paramedic DPs, advanced DPs are all required recertification for an X amount of hours every year. Yep, by that.
That's not how, when Nick was here, that's not how it was.
It may not be. I know originally when you set it up, that's what that account was for. And then when they done the training institute, you are probably correct because they tried to run that as a business.
Yeah, so that's, this fund was created for the 2021.
My recommendation was whenever I took over the month, when Tony got it, was revert that back and put it in the budget because with what Scott County does over there, they got that paramedic program. You only get so many EMT people out there now that want to do it. There's no money in a training hero trying to make money. All you do with the training hero is try to improve your own. Help train our police, help train our fire, train our own people. It's taking.
You guys aren't gonna be holding classes anymore?
We're going to be putting on another EMT class here next month. We're starting to get some interest. We just beat up the bushes so hard the last 2.5 years that there's nobody left. Nick went over there, they beat the bushes over there, beat the bushes over here. We beat the bushes over there, we beat the bushes over here. Between them and us, I think we had 9 EMT courses in the course of 2 years. There's just not nobody left out there. We've done EMR classes, EMT classes, NACE classes. They're even having problems over there with their training institute trying to get people to do classes now. They're doing classes with just 4 or 5 people. But we're looking to maybe get another EMT class here in the next couple of months, couple of fall. There's a little bit of interest out there. There's some things we're looking at, maybe groups of people out there to come to work for us.
Because I know in the past, they had it set up to where I know Steve Young, I think was your director out there for that. And he had it set up to where the price of the class was enough to cover the cost of books and overhead and things like that. I know it didn't always cover all books, I don't think, but I think sometimes they had to pay some of that out of pocket themselves. But for the most part, it covered your instructor, general expenses, the advertising, it covered all your overhead, and you guys made a little bit of profit off of it so that you could afford to pay for your own training out of it.
I don't think we ever really got, we may have for 1 year, maybe got to that point where it helped cover the training for our, it's not, from what I've been seeing the last 1.5 to 2 years, it's not the case. It probably was the first year, but, especially at that point, Scott County was having some issues over there. They wasn't doing the training we were doing over here. So the both facilities trying to grab everybody is.
How much money do you plan on that?
I always thought it was a $20,000 budget. I mean, don't go back, just it's put in there at the dollar separate in 2021.
But we can generate $20,000 of income from that. It's hard to budget $20,000.
So Ben was here, I've always thought Ben had $20,000 set up outside. It was in the budget just as our budget. It wasn't separated out of training. I think that, don't hold me to it, I don't know, but I do know money was set aside because I was one of the ones benefiting from it, that I had signed a contract with, and our budget said need to train for the paramedic.
I had a contract to
Pay my paramedic plan.
The idea of it originally being set up was that eventually we become self-sustaining department. Ergo, you hold the classes, you charge enough to make money off of them, and then every year you can take this down a little bit more, a little bit more. You might have 2, 3, 4 years where you've got to have the same amount just to keep it going, but then eventually it gets to where you're not really asking for anything because it's,
Just not enough people out there to do that. But there's not. There was, but there's not no more.
We will not be able to have the, $18,000 budget for it if there's only a little over $3,000. So we need to know how much money you guys think you're going to be bringing in, because that's what you can spend on it. Because revenue generating itself. So you spend the money that it brings in.
You got an answer, have an answer. One way you could possibly do it. The Medicare, right, he would have to try to double what he'd done previous to give you a best answer. That would be hypothetical all the way around.
For the training fund. And the training revenue, like if you're going to have any classes, how much money do you expect to make from that? That's what goes into this fund. If there is not enough money in there to cover expenses, you can't.
So technically, training is its own.
Yeah.
It's not even this, it's training.
Yes, it's separate.
That's why I was saying it should. It never really should.
And you don't have nobody breaking your door down.
Yeah.
So would you, I mean, would you rather see, if the appetite's not there from the department to have the training institute, I mean, there's no love lost to us for not being on.
It's not.
We need to keep that. We need to keep it. It's not because, you know, a lot of times we have ACLS, we have ACLS classes that we have, you know, we pay for, especially as a staff. It's involved in that, you know, and ACL, we have to take a ton of courses, to keep the.
Yeah, I'm not saying to eliminate your professional development opportunities, because that's required. But we have this fund set aside to bring, like, you know, for the revenue to come in, and then you can spend money out of that for those things. If we want to work for these other items on. But if the money's not coming in, we don't have to keep this account. You know, it would be moving the line item, it would be addressing your professional development in your EMS budget instead of having this revenue account that we're expecting to bring money for.
I have my question, and I'm not trying to step on some stuff. It kind of goes back to that needs to be, training needs to be a line item in our budget.
So what the other studies say, even know how much it costs.
We need to know how much it costs, and we're saying we can maybe do that.
But it's something we have to go back and look at, I'll give you an answer right there, but,
But we got the truck purchase thing where we've already moved for even $3,000 for the collections. There's $2,200 of the left. Maybe we can ear tag that for training. Because it's going to cost us for our training, and there will be some revenue coming in when we do classes, but it's not enough.
Yeah, what I think for you to do is to set this budget, like for us to set this budget, and you're not able to use it for professional development because the money's not there.
But we still have to do.
You still have to do it, but.
Still have to do it. We have to
So,
find out to use that.
Yes, exactly. We need to make sure that it's in the right place.
I think the reason that they did it this way, if I remember right, is this fund non-reverting? That's why you don't want to put it back in this, in your annual service budget. Because if they want to continue on with their training facility down the road, let's say there's not interest this year, but there's interest next year. That's why you want to keep it under Fund 4941. You don't want to put it back in the ambulance service fund because then it's reverting back. And that money that you guys accumulated for all your hard work and providing training is not going to stay there if you do it that way. So that's the reason this was set up into a non-reverting fund. So that way you could accumulate, you could become self-sufficient. That being said, if you run out of money in this, and let's say you don't hold a class this year, you can still pay for your personal development out of the $25,000 or $22,000 that's left in your truck purchase line item, I guess, if you set aside. But you don't want to go and apply and have people come in for a class and lose all that money because it reverts back every year. So that's why you probably don't want to get rid of this altogether, because it is a non-reverting fund.
If I may make a clarification, this training is not a income source. And we were painted a picture by several directors ago, that this was going to not only pay for itself, but we were told it was going to make us money. And it's doing neither. And my suggestion would be for simplification for everyone is to just do away with this training bureau. Because we're not talking that much money, it's not gonna make any money. And just put it in a separate line item in the total budget. To think that it's gonna make money, it's fine.
We set it up. What are you going to do? Do the training.
We still do the training, we just,
Yeah, like the ambulance, like me, that's can still do these trainings
it's just.
under their own budget. And then the revenue that comes in, they can use, or you can still have a line item for professional development.
And the training
You can
center,
work a couple different ways.
the training center is still there, it's regulated with state, we're actually state with training. It's not, it's gonna go away. We're still using the training center, we can still do classes even without this this category, because I wasn't aware it was a separate thing, I thought it was just an extension because we've got paid, I didn't realize it too. I reckon I should have taken one for a student. And that's
So Michelle, is there any reason why we can't do away with this? If council wishes to just put one line item in the EMS budget for training and be done with it? There you go.
We need to keep it at 18,000.
No, the professional development training was like 10.5.
In the EMS budget,
Yes.
yeah, training personnel is $10.
I'm sure like close out that fund, can they use the rest of that money for professional development? Basically zero. Okay. That's
which is the way that would work then anyway, do it.
Well, I just wanted to look around the room and see how the council feels about eliminating the training fund. It doesn't eliminate the training institute, but it does eliminate this.
We go in where on.
I imagine Michelle, when I'm looking at the EMS budget, will likely put that 10.5 truck purchase.
With the truck part.
We'll take it out of the funds for the truck purchase and have a new line item for professional development. Is that the right category, professional development or continuing education? Training.
Just market is
Training, okay.
It's what it used to be, I don't, back they were back to the way it's market.
Right.
I like the term professional development better,
Okay.
yeah, so I like, there you go.
All right, Michelle, if you don't mind, our professional development line item and then take some of the funds out of the truck purchase, 10.5. Was that sufficient last year, 10.5? 10,500.
Yeah, it would be.
That's what I was asking, if you want to confirm that. That's hard enough for us.
So, in
Because I was a little bit more critical of last year's numbers, what total it was, that would cover our professional development to our employees. And then we do have class, we know what the class people we gotta have to be able to make a break even, pay for our instructors.
We'll have to, we'll talk about it. Visual.
okay. It sounds like that might make it simpler for you too. And that way, if you do need to come to us, like say the training institute takes off in like a year or 2 years, we were able to create this fund for that reason, so we can't recreate something like that.
I'm touching on that. We've talked a little bit before approaching the schools with that possibility through the counselors. They talk about saving Yeah. Yeah. Once we were going through a lot of things with new direct people, and so we had to determine how we would do that. And so it's all about approaching schools, offering that possible help us and do possible. Training facility is something. Could be something that we could pay off. It's definitely something that we need because you would have often take some of these guys place that are moving on. But it had been discussed. And so be more serious.
With that, I'll open up the council and questions for final thoughts.
It's kind of hidden in the budget. The on-call, you'll notice that, that's, 10701. It's currently $3.15. That's not enough. So included in the budget is a $5 per hour. They raised it $1.85 over the current rate. And this is not a want, it's a necessity. And we'll tell you why. Incident, you remember that accident? In the road 60 here a few weeks ago. Could have been a lot worse. It had not been for the fact that those people who lived right there in the houses, pulled victims from the burning pig. That weekend, that particular weekend, there was a little difficulty finding on-call. I think one paramedic was out on another run out of the county, and the other one was ill or something, couldn't make it. Mike, he put the call out, and he was able to get a paramedic there in another truck who wasn't even on the call. She just heard about the situation, was concerned, and then Mike went down there himself and took care of business. But this on-call thing, I've spoken to several of the EMTs out there myself and asked them if it would make a difference. Would they be more likely to want to work on-call if we raised it to $5? And they said most definitely that would help. So that's in the budget, but this is something that would need to be voted on by the council. So I assume if you go along with your next, whatever you decide to do, you may do it this very late time.
We can take action on it today, but that's something that, and Tony did bring it to our attention.
Yeah.
That's not.
Didn't want you to forget that.
The current rate is what?
$3.15. Want to make it, we want to increase that in the budget, we put in there for a $5 increase, a total of $5. We still.
Hypothetically speaking, you have two on-calls. Got two people, yes, two people. Yeah, all right, two people times, let's just say $3.15 times two people times a 24-hour shift. Correct?
If we're lucky enough to get on.
Times 365 comes out to $55,188. There's only $10,000 budget.
It's like we had, we're talking about the last year?
Last year.
Last year.
Last year at 315. It was up, then you take $5, and hypothetical means they're going to get called in, so they go off the on-call, but then they go on regular call.
they get their regular salary. But at that rate, at $5 an hour times 2, times 300 people. 5 4 hour shift, 5, that's $87,600. The hypothetical situation is they don't get called in. So that's the maximum amount that we would spend if they didn't get called in.
You have 365 days.
365 days, yeah, that's having one 24-hour shift, have 2 people on call for one 24-hour shift every day of the year. At $5.
Do you think that's being accounted for in a different line item, Michelle? I mean, if it really is to that amount.
This had to be, because the $10,000 then wasn't enough to even cover with the $3.15 an hour when we was getting people to do on call. It had to be used, but the other line up had to come down to it.
I mean, I think it's simple math.
It's simple, math. The numbers on there right now, we got to go along, not to speed the cost under, but this is also that floater position in there added. That's not quite half the hours for phone call. We don't think we'll get 24/7, 365. Well, that number would be more like $62,000.
I was gonna say, you guys only have 36.3 line. Minimum.
This is, the budget we proposed has the floater position in there, actually, putting that fifth person on board, fifth EMT. It's a floater position, that way we can, during the day, we know we're gonna have a third truck, and totally, if you don't have that floater position can also, like the incident we got right now with Scott County, the bomb passing away, sudden death, we got people off, we got it covered. We got part time getting that stuff covered right now. That has that floater position in there, and those hours minus all there. That's why that number is where it's at. It's only for about half the hours per year. Because we won't get it 24/7, 365, hoping for at least half, which is a lot better. Right now, we're lucky to get 1 day a week for maybe 8 or 9 hours.
But at the half rate, you're still at 43,800 versus 36,300.
But if you take that floater position hours out, there's an equation, there's a madness behind on that.
I just wouldn't make that.
Which line item is the floater position in?
It's in the EMT one.
Okay.
And we put it in. And of course, their vacation comp will be rolled into the vacation comp. But they're in the EMT.
That I was adding 1 more employee, that whatever position. Which, like I said, BD&T instead of. And then while we're on that conversation and stuff, if this is going to come up, but as far as this negotiation with the hospital goes, we've got another meeting today with them. You know, guys, the 2 trucks and everything are current operational. We can't do that. We just don't have. We don't have the availability. If we do take on the transfers, which the hospital is having, you know, a lot of problems with that. The seals is up. There's a Thursday seal is up. It's coming Thursday, so tomorrow. We've got to come up with a solution. We've been working on it pretty digitally for the last 3 months. I have been. As far as trying to figure out what we can do here. And if by chance St. Vincent will agree to terms with us, then we're not going to have a choice. We've got to put on the truck because we cannot simply do it. I've looked and I've looked and I've looked and I'm trying to think. And the Amcorp meeting the other day, we were talking about it. If by chance that does occur, I'm not saying it will, but if by chance this does go in place, we could get by with adding another truck for just 12 hours a day, which would be what we would call a peak hour truck, which is St. Vincent averages roughly
It's on their figures, not ours. They average two transfers a day, which sometimes they can be 12, sometimes they can be 0. But, their numbers are averaging about close to 2 transfers a day. If we can do it in the peak times, it's like a 10 to 10. So if we could add on a 12-hour a day truck, to handle that, it would definitely be a shot in the arm to us as far as coverage goes, because there's no way we can, without the availability of an on-call, and everything else, we can't, our coverage just would not be, our coverage would be insufficient.
So right now you have 2 full-time trucks, like always active, and they have a 3rd truck
On call,
for
on occasion,
on call.
on occasion. Yeah, not always.
So I'm gonna throw out a scenario here. You're wanting the peak truck, the 3rd truck to be 12 hours. Your person, let's say they work a 24-hour shift, could they float into the role of on call when they're not running that
Yes.
truck, and then that would cover your on call?
Yes, that's
And possibly not have to raise the rate from $5 up to $5, but maybe somewhere in the middle to help us out budget wise.
well, I mean, it is, what I was thinking, I've been working on this one. What I was thinking was if we win this 12-hour day truck, we could have a phone call where they would work the 12-hour shift, and then they would be on call for 12 hours, where they would go home, and then if something would happen, if we needed that 3rd truck or something, we'd call them out and come back in. The only issue with that would be, again, is that, that $3 thing where, I've got about 4 people that would be interested in that position. But I'm already kind of hearing about the on-call thing, saying, well, I don't know if I'd be interested in the on-call part of it. So, at the current rate, I mean, any increase we get in that will be a great deal of help. But we all feel like that $5 an hour thing would be, fair on that. And like I said, it would also solve the issue. It would also, if we could have that on call, that would also solve our issues as far as coverage goes in. Because we would have 3 trucks, but, even though that 3rd truck would be on call, they can come in and meet the fee. And that's the problem we're running into. We're not having enough trucks to run really short on stuff. And just like that accident Todd brought up the other day. I mean, we were lucky enough that helicopters were flying that day. If the helicopters hadn't been flying that day, we'd have been in a world of hurt. But we had multiple patients, we had 1 truck. And that was it. It's, of course, there's always a situation you could have 10 ambulances and need an 11. I understand that. But I know we have to just go with what we can try to go with. But that would definitely solve a lot of our issues as far as coverage goes if we could do that. It would be a greatly would. And like I said, if we can bring it up, we all talk about this now, if we get these transfers, that's going to increase that's going to increase it'll help offset the cost of that 3rd truck if we had to put it on. But all fairness, most of that's break even. Most of it, yeah.
Are you
I mean, it's not
voucher
going to be
for those transfers? Are you guys negotiating a voucher rate with the hospital for those transfers?
Yeah.
Are you at a position in that negotiation that you can publicly say what that amount is going to be?
No.
Just kind of an FYI cost. We got the line item all broke out. Cost, added cost to the budget would be $348,248. Projected income would be $367,000.
I'm going to make a suggestion. I'm not on your negotiation meetings, but you mentioned earlier that it costs you XYZ dollars per run. My advice to you all is don't ask for less than that. Okay, okay.
I do have one more thing to follow up, and I know we're getting close to lunch break here, but, is there any possibility, because that does build in 8 hours of overtime from 12-hour shifts? Is there any possibility to do it?
That is not.
Total eight.
Well, the total, yeah, 8, yeah, employee hours.
Today, they would work 84 hours instead of 9.
Could it not be a possibility to do it like a 10-hour shift with that, a 14-hour on-call shift, all of it, or?
Let me, the whole policy here, you would, your medical costs for 24, or for 12-hour peak prep, the whole year, your whole overtime costs for that, 4 hours a week is only $2,094 for training for paramedic. So you got $4,200 for 2 paramedics. You got $1,591 overtime for an EMT, for your $3,000. We're only looking at $70,000. I mean, I know it's $7,000 or $8,000.
Well, that's $7,000 for the fact that we're.
That gives us a cover back that we need for that 12 hours.
So Tony and Mike, you all have been so helpful, so thank you for providing all this information, and the figures certainly make it effective. You said you have a meeting this afternoon, we might need to call you back in this afternoon to have some more discussion. Can you work with Michelle based on your availability to be able to come back in and answer some questions?
Our meeting's not till 4:30.
Oh,
Yeah.
we'll be.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
We will. They can't come back.
If we want answers about what the hospital. They won't be able to.
Well, that would be true, but that's one. I think there might be a couple other things.
Right.
Okay, we'll reconvene after lunch, talk to Michelle, see what makes most sense, whether it be this afternoon or tomorrow. Thank you guys for your time. All right, with that, we'll break for lunch. Please be back by 1:30.